кто-либо осуществляет перекус в зоне отдыха, где осуществляется трансляция партии.
Please take the drinks and foods in the recreation zone, not bring it to the playing hall.
Hello, hello, good afternoon. So today we are in the fourth round of 22nd Karpov International Chess Tournament. And I'm here to show you the details of the tournament. I'm here to entertain you generally, because I will giving comments for you for the next 4, 5, 6 hours, who knows, how our game unfolds. For example, the first round was finished after the 5 hours of playing. The second one have finished after the just 4 hours. But yesterday round, it was the third one, was finished after the 6 hours and 25 minutes, and it was the record in the time of playing. So, what will be happen today, we don't know, but we will see it. So, right now, the first round is started, and I have a time to tell you about the schedule and the results of previous rounds. So, after 3 rounds, the first place is taken by the Amin Tabatabai. He has 2 points and 5, and right now he is the leader of the tournament. The second place it belongs to the Shant Sargsyan, 2 points from 3. The places from the 3rd to 8th is shared between Malachov Vladimir, Matrosyan Haik, Artemiev Vladislav, Nesterov Arseny, Sugirov Sanan, and Sathwani Raunak. So, the Nins place is taken by the Vallejo Pons Francisco. He lost the yesterday game. It was a very hard game, but chess is chess. And the 10th place, it belongs to the Vahidov Shamsidin, because right now he has only 0.5. So, as you can see, Sathwani Raunak, is waiting for the game, but it's just 1 minute, nothing special. And one more player is not ready to, start his game. This tournament has very strong rules about the lating in the game. As you know, if the delay of the tournament is more than 30 minutes, it's forfeit. Do you know what means forfeit? It means a 0 of point without playing. So, technically, you can be late to, 20 minutes or something like that, but if you're late in 21 minutes, so that's all. You lose this game, and it will be very strange in this tournament, because it's a tournament for top-level grandmasters, as you know. So, I hope everybody will be on time. So, as for pairs for today, let's discuss it. The first board is interesting game. So, Sathwani Raunak plays white and Amin Tabatabai plays black. What happens here? So, if we look at the starting rank, Sathwani Raunak, it's a rating favorite, rating leader, because his rating is very high, like 2681. It's so much. You can imagine that. And Tabatabai Amin, his opponent, right now has a first place in the tournament rank, because he won 2 games and made only 1 draw from the 3 rounds. So right now it's a battle between rating leader and tournament leader right now. Everybody wants to win. It's interesting. So it's a French defense in this game, as you can see. We will look at that. As for the second board, Sargsyan Shant plays with Vallejo Pons Francisco, and I would imagine that this board will be a long game, long game. I will explain to you my thought. So, Sargsyan Shant right now is fighting in Circuit Cup, Tournament Circuit Cup. I will explain it too. So, this tournament is a part of a great thing named Circuit 2025. The champions of the circuit can, I forget this word, so they can take part in the great tournament. Who names? 1 second, please, because it's a very important word. Applicants? Challengers tournament, of course. Sorry, sometimes I forget words, but doctors will help me. So, the champion of the circuit will be playing in Challengers tournament in Finnish. So right now, Shan Sargsyan has 14 plays, if I remember right, in the circuit, and every big tournament give you a points, you know, to add in the whole circuit list. So this tournament is very important for him. As for his opponent, Vallejo Pons Francisco, yesterday it was a very hard day for him because his game was for 6 hours and 25 minutes. It was the longest and hardest game, and he lost this game. So I think he think. Perfect. Maybe he want to make a revenge, you know, after yesterday, and that's the reason why he might play till the end. So very, very interesting. As for the third game, Sugirov Sanan plays white and Vahidov Shamsidin, one more attempt. Sugirov Sanan plays white and Vahidov Shamsidin plays black. In this game, as you can expect, there is no short draw too, because previous games of Sugirov Sanan was short draws after 2 hours of playing or something like that, but Vahidov Shamsidin right now has a last place in the tournament because he 2 previous games was very unlucky, he lost it, so right now he should try to win something because, you know, raise up from the last place. So, it will be a long and intense fight. I'm waiting for the intense fight. Sorry for my pronunciation sometimes. As for the fourth board, right here, Artemiev Vladislav plays with Malakhov Vladimir. It was a Spanish, and it was a Spanish with Berlin defense and exchange variation on c6. Maybe the draw will be right here, because the opponents has the same amount of points, 1.5 point, and the opening is very calm and solid. Maybe my prediction, the draw will be here. And fifth board, Nesterov Arseny plays white and Martirosyan Ike plays black. Very risky thing, as I know. Tower's defense, symmetrical variation. I wanted to say that we might expect a draw right here, but now I totally have the opposite opinion. So if you see on the board, you can see, you know, very aggressive thing. Like it started like a closed opening. It was d4 and knight f6. So right now, very calm thing. Like Queen's Gambit declined. For example, after c6, it will be this typical Slav triangle, so everything is predictable. But after c5, this square of pawns, you know how it works. If black creates a square of pawns in the center of the board, it might isolate its pawn and a lot of open lines. So, seems interesting, right? e3, a3, Tarrasch defense, symmetrical variation. b5, it's a game theory, but as for statistics doesn't agree with me. So statistics says that more than a half of games in masters level finish with a draw. Like 52% of the game finish with a draw, but I think that it's look like aggressive, and you cannot, you know, have a discussion with me. So I'm expecting an intense battle. Right now, it's an opening theory, so the most popular line for the black right now, it's a b4. Interesting, right? B4. It was in the game, yep. It's home preparation. E takes D. So it's a sacrifice overnight. I want to open my engine helper. So oh. You know, after the sacrifice, I look at the evaluation and I see the 0.0. Maybe it means that we have a perpetual check right now. Let's continue the variation. D5, knight D5, the first line, takes on D5. Knight D4. How scary. Rook takes D4. It was a discovered opening. B takes C3. Bishop C5. Oh my god. Bishop G5 or Rook G4. Terrifying for me, so you should be very confident about your home preparation to play this variation, because it's really hard to remember, I think. But, you know, I estimate everything from my own chess level, and my level is Woman FIDE Master, so it's not enough maybe sometimes. Really, it looks like, wow, 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 what they doing? But maybe if you think like a grandmaster, a top grandmaster, one of the best from the world, it's like, typical thing, or simple variation. So, who knows, maybe my evaluation is not so objective as I want to have. Okay, whatever. After the d5, black takes on d5 by the knight, bishop takes d5, the top engine move, so I want to upgrade this line somehow. Right now, yep. There are Grandmaster games in this position, Gelfand, Leko, Pankratov, Pavel, so I can see the statistics. Yep, it happens in the top levels game. I should to remember that, to be honest. So let's do it again. After the knight c3, it was c5, square of pawns, e3, you know, delaying this capture. In previous streams I told you that usually when we have a square of pawns, you should take to the center to create an isolated pawn to your opponent. Do you remember that? I hope so. But right now e3 to open the line for the bishop, and after knight c6, a3, just protecting everything, takes. A6 with preparing of b5. You know, this idea looks like a Meran variation. Meran opening with, you know, taking, provocating a bishop on c4, and after that winning a tempo with b5. Whatever, b5, bishop goes to a2, and queen e2, clearing the square for the rook, looks like logical. After c takes d4, rook d1 with a pin, and right here you should not, you know, keeping alive your knight, you should create a intense stroke in the center after the e takes d4. So, takes d5, and I have only one question. For example, no, I asked on my own question because I wanted to say maybe we can try to save this knight somehow, for example going away, but no, of course no. If we go in away after this move, it will be discovered attack on the queen, and it will be threat of the e takes f7 with a checkmate. So no, you didn't hear it. As for my prediction, the whole variation was like my analysis. Of course, it's not my analysis, it's computer's analysis, let's speak true. But, after the knight d5, it was captured here, knight goes to d4, discovered attack, takes, with a threat of c4, so that's the reason why the only move for the black right now is bishop c5 and rook g4. Yep, there is an opening theory here, and queen f6 is the only move for the black. Wow. In my life, I thought that the queen's gambit declined. It's a very common, solid opening variation, but right now I'm not sure in everything. Totally. So if you giving you comments on Grossmeister's games, you know, everything in your mind will be changing sometimes. So it's the first time when Haik Martirosyan start to thinking, you know, he has 1 hour and 41 minutes, and after Rook G2, Rook G4, he has 1 hour and 40 minutes. So that's the first time that he does it. Okay, right now I want to remind you that this tournament has a great time control, 1 hour and 40 minutes by default in the start, and 1 more 50 minutes after the 40 moves, and of course 30 seconds increment after every move. So the game can unfold for, you know, 7 hours if it will be 120 moves in the game. And yesterday we have the same kind of result. Of course, not 7 hours, but 6 hours and 25 minutes. So much for one game. One game. Okay, maybe today will be the next record. We don't know that. And we will see. And right now, let's check the whole tournament opening details. So right now, we analyzed the, you know, these ideas with counter threat. Takes on d4, and after rook d1 it was b4. Very interesting. Let's start from the beginning. So as I told you, every game has his own, you know, reasons to be resultative. Maybe except of the fourth board right now. Hey, why the surnames of the players is changing right now, as you can see, but the position is the same. I want to reopen my page. I'm really afraid of yesterday's technical issues. As you remember, my arrows was wrong, my mouse really refused to working with me. I hope today will be without that things, because really for commentator it's terrifying. Please, what's happening? Where are all my liches? Do it. Open, I say. Right now, quickly. Yep. I'm not good like a boss, because all my computer things really say, Dasha, right now it's a podcast, you will be giving comments without chessboard, so do it how you want to do it. Hey! Okay. Maybe right now we will fix it somehow, and you can enjoy by the pictures from the tournament hall. Scary, but we handle it right now. Really, I'm afraid of these issues didn't finish, because I see the right flag in the liches page in the left bottom. He said, like, something is wrong, but I hope it will be working. I believe it. Maybe my belief will be enough, you know, to do it correct. As for the... yeah, it's working. Whew! Everything is okay. We will continue to do that. So, the first board, as I said before, Satvani Raunak, the rating leader of the tournament, plays with Tabatabai Amin, the tournament leader after the 3 rounds. So, They are playing together, and right now it's something unique because of rook on b7. Let's start from the beginning. We'll do that. So, French defense, d4, d5, knight c3, called Paulsen variation. Interesting. In my mind, the Paulsen variation was only in Sicilian, with, you know, all this thing with e6 and a6 and queen c7. But right now, you know that the Paulsen variation there is in French defense too. Okay. e5, knight goes to d7, f4. I know this pawn structure, and I can tell you something interesting about that. So usually in French defense you try to build the great pawn chain from the b2 to e5 and you know, keep your pawn center very solid and reliable. But in this particular case, the main idea of white is trading these pawns and using the d4 square for the knight. So after c5, they goes here and sometimes take it or black take it, whatever. d4 is a square for the knight, so it will be bishop e3, knight e2 in some variations. So right here, this pawn chain is enough. So you can play it if you want to. Knight c6, bishop e3, protecting this pawn a lot of times. As for queen b6, typical idea with this in the threat, just knight a4 is enough. After the check, your bishop can be returned, as I said. No, our knight is hanging, sorry, it was a blunder. c3, of course, to discover this diagonal for the queen. And right here, so everything is okay for the white. Takes. After the taking b4, the intermezzo. Yep. Queen d8, and knight takes on d4. So, our knight has a place on b2 to escaping from all the threats. This place for us, this pawn chain in the center is good. So right now the evaluation, it's half of a pawn in white's favor. Everything is right for them. Yep, let's return. Return. I explained to you the reason why it's not very scary for the white. This move that usually is problematic when you develop your dark bishop. So, c takes d4 was played in the game, takes, and right now bishop b6. It's an opening theory. To be honest, the first move that statistics recommends is it's bishop c5, like 70% of masters prefer that. And the second line, as statistics says, is bishop b6, and right now it's a great percent of draws in this variation. So, queen d2. It's a typical sacrifice of the pawn. The evolution right now is equal. As you know, or maybe you don't know, so it will be the new information for you, the pawn b2 and pawn b7 sometimes called a poisoned pawn, because opponent's queen should spend a lot of time to take it. So when queen, it's her, when she did it, the opponent's queen, you can, you know, develop all your pieces and create an attack. So, rook b1, it's natural move, queen a3, it's the only move for the black, bishop b5, trying to create threats in the queen side using the semi-opened file b and the advantage of development. Tradings is better for the black because, of course, they trying to defense, and it's typical thing in defense. Exchanges. So a6 takes, it's the top engine moves, every of that. Rook make an intermezzo on b3, you know, to avoiding this problem with the pin, I think. And after queen e7, the rook takes on b7. Rook c8. You can you might pay close attention to the clock, because if you see that grandmasters don't spend the time to find the strange moves, that means that's their homework preparation, of course. So right now black has 1 hour and 44 minutes in the clock, That means that time increment adds to the time in default, so everything before that move was from home. Okay, short castling right here, and queen d8. It's the top engine move too, so here it's a game theory. I can see 200 games in master's level and statistics right here, so everything is prepared, but not for the white. Yep. Maybe the preparation of Aminta Batabai was better because he has more time right now. I'm not sure that it can be worked like that. Like who has more time that has better preparation, but who knows. Sometimes when you're sure of all your moves, you can, save your time. So Sathwani Raunak right now should make a choice, Queen e3 computer recommends, maybe with the idea of bishop here. Of course, it's not very good way to continue the game because the opponent has a way to trade in the bishops. As I said before, every trade-off is better for the black because they has an extra pawn and they want to go to the end game. So that's the sense of the queen e3 move, avoiding this trade-off here. Or queen f2 with the same ideas, but I think it's more humanly because you protect your knight on the c3. As for other opportunities for the white, one of them is f5, to open the f file and trying to create this problem for the opponent. The only move for black right here is e takes 5, and we cannot the opportunity to take here. It's a blunder because of bishop c6 with a fork. Yep, so after f5 you should, take it and go something like rook b1, as computer says. Seems strange for me, but, we ruined the whole pawn structure of opponent. Of course, he has 2 extra pawns, but who cares if he plays the middle game and our pieces is more active. Seems that true? So, white thinking in this situation, and because it's the start of the game, they has enough time to do it the perfect way. As for the second board, let's look at that. What's happening here? Please open. Open. Maybe I should say something magician, like sim open. Do it. I believe in you. Please. Nothing. Hey, let's work. Thank you. Maybe it's a way to, help the computer working, like touching him, like working please, and after that the right position is opening. What do you know about that? Strange way, but who cares if it's working, right? Okay, let's continue. So, the second board is a game between Sargsyan Shant and Vallejo Pons Francisco. And it was a Sicilian defense accelerated dragon. Yep. I was right about the revenge after yesterday's hard day of Vallejo Pons Francisco, because, as you know, dragon, it's a very aggressive variation of Sicilian with different side of castlings. So, e4, c5, knight f3, g6, c4, interesting, not very popular right here, only 7% of masters prefer that, but why not? After d4, we will go to the common variation of the dragon. So knight c6 transposition, knight c takes. Really? Why? It's not so common thing. Usually, as I said a lot of times, this fianchetto bishop, it's the main piece in the opening, because you spend a lot of time when you push your g pawn, and after that your bishop goes to the flank, not in the center. So you should use it. And usually when we're talking about the, players like me, So we try to keep this bishop alive and open a long diagonal for him with all sacrifices, and that's typical thing. But right here, my statistics says that nobody tried to, trade this bishop right here. Knight f6 was chosen by 66% of masters. Knight h6, it's a second line in this statistics base. Queen b6 is placed rarely, only 9%, but as for knight d4, it looks strange. And computer said that white had an advantage here. Takes, not very big advantage, but like half a pawn. Knight f6, queen goes to a5, and right now I'm not sure what's happening. It's so strange for the dragon. Really, the name of the opening is dragon. Do you know why? So this bishop, it's like an eye of the dragon, and this pawn chain, it's like a tail of the dragon. So it's look like a dragon if you have a good fantasy. And you just, sacrifice your eye from the dragon, and like, so it's a dragon without eye. Very cruel thing for the animal, I know. So the evaluation is plus 0.5, and it's predictable because the position without this bishop is very hard to keep. Usually when you play this position with different castling situation, white is trying to create an attack in h-file, and this bishop from g7 protected his own king from the checkmate on h8, for example. But right here, when this bishop is trading off and the attack is so easily for the white, I don't know how it works, but maybe I do not something. Of course I do not a lot of things. But this exchange on d4 was strange, at least. So we will look how game unfolds. It will be very interesting. Maybe it will be some kind of compensating ideas, But right now I don't know. As for the next plans, I want to check it, because in my memory it's working like f3, g4 and h-pawn push. But the computer says that the first move is, the top engine move is f4. Let's check it, for example, f3. It's not so good, especially after bishop e6, why not? King b1, going away from the semi-open c-file, it's looking like, long castling. So where is the difference? Why after my f4 move opponent shouldn't do the same thing? So, for example, bishop e6 with preparation of long castling. It's working or not? Let's check. b3 is good like a motto, but as for the move right here, I'm not sure, because we pushing our pawns near the king. Usually it helps our opponent to create a pawn break on a-file. But right here, computer recommends it, so we believe. As for long castling here, the evaluation is different. Maybe. I don't want to believe the computer, in the openings. The engine is perfect in the middle game when you have a lot of tactics opportunity. In the end game when you have a small number of the pieces and it's easy to calculate variations for him. But in the opening, no. Computer sometimes, strong Siberian accent. So computer sometimes tell something wrong. Maybe like here, in this situation. Okay, in the game after the long castling, black responds with queen a5, and it's a time for white, to choose a plan for the next 5 moves. Maybe king b1, it's a move that you need to do in every variation, because c-file is semi-opened and your pawn can be weak if your king will stay on the c1, so going away it looks like a logical continuation of this variation. or bishop b d3, but I don't like it. Usually in Sicilian, bishop on d3 is a bad sign because these pieces interfere to our d file for the major pieces. So. Let's switch to the next board, and the third one. Open. No, we are continuing to analyze in this game. Why? What's happening? Please. I'm afraid to reopen my page, because sometimes it gives us unpredictable result. Like, white paper phone and smile face like, sorry, we have a problems. I know that we have a problems today. Maybe it depends on some weather conditions, maybe something else, but there are. Okay. After the 5 attempts, this position is open, thank you very much, so we are ready to analyze it. Sugirov Sanan plays white and Vahidov Shamsuddin plays black. Okay, so let's start from the beginning. e4, e5, knight f3, Italian game, gioco pianissima. Do you know that means gioco pianissima? It means the quietest variation that you can find here. So gioco. No, I can make a mistake right here. I'm not sure about my knowledge about these things. Forte, piano, pianoforte, this musical instrument. So, piano, it's like silent, quiet, and forte means loud, brave. That's the opposite meanings, and fortepiano, pianoforte in different languages, that mean that you have the whole opportunities of play. You can do it loudly or quietly, it's your choice. So right now, gioco pianissima from Italian language means very calm, quiet opening without something. So typical thing right here is c3, of course. Preparing d4, it's a classical variation. Because, it's more aggressive for the white. They want to have more gain. One more attempt. They want to gain more space in the center after the c3 move. Yep. Oh, right now it's fun fact. I look at myself in the camera from the stream, and my black t-shirt has the same color with my black background, so it looks like I have only my white face and white hands, and everything else is just like the space, Interesting. I like that effect, but maybe next time I should wear a color t-shirt. Whatever. d3, it's a very calm thing in the Italian game, and after knight f6, short castling, lot of draws in the statistics in this variation, a4, it's something untypical. Of course, your opponent wants to take your bishop from the c4, because this slide bishop is very important for the white. But usually, the typical moves here is c3, like in Spanish when you create a c2 square to the bishop and preparing for this pushment, and h3, avoiding bishop g4 or something like that. Or knight d2, preparing this idea. As for a4, why not? d6 and a5. Not very common thing, but looks logical, because you blocked this opportunity of your opponent, and sometimes you want to go straight. These pawns on the 6 ranks is very useful in endgame, because the a7 pawn is blocked, and sometimes you have opportunities with tactics, with, attacking it, with sacrificing on b6 to promote your pawn. So a6, it's logical too. c3, we have two opportunities, b4 and d4, maybe it will be the both, but situation is totally equal, as you can imagine. h6, avoiding bishop g5, you know, and h3, very typical thing for the Italian game. Bishop e6, takes. As for taking, usually when I create, you know, lessons for the beginners, I said that this trade-off is better for the black, because after taking on e6, you open an f-file for their rook, and right here is better for them. This doubled pawns is very strong, because this pawn on e6 controls d5 and f5, and this rook is opened. But grandmasters right here prefer these variations, so I do not something important. And to be true, computer recommends it too. Taking on e6. Why? Maybe it's just a suggestion, I'm not sure, but maybe if we ignore that bishop after something like knight d2, maybe, black has an idea of d5. And they opened a d file for them, the d3 pawn become backward pawn, so looks like a strategical problems. But after these trade-offs, the d5 idea is disappearing because of double pawns, especially e5 pawns. For example, fun fact, after this trade-off was bishop e3 with the next trade-off, and right now we have 2 pawns, we have 4 pawns in the e-files, you know, 2 pairs of pawns in the one file. Yep, b6, pawn break of the a5, takes, knight goes to d2, and d4. Very strange pawn structure, you know, like we playing, how it called, it's a special board game when we, you know, using our checkers to go in straight and jump our another checkers, and it's called corners. Corners? I won't check it. Play corners, game corners. Whatever. So it looks like a corner when we will use, you know, our checkers and opponent checkers to jump our and go to the opposite corner of the board. I think so. Strange association I had sometime. Whatever, it's my mind. It's a dark place and hard to analyze something, whatever. After d4, the evaluation of computer is 0.0, predictable. It's grandmaster level. So. As for this file, of course, taking on d4 helps white because they undouble their pawns from the e3 and d4, and that then white has more space in the center. It can help them with next plans. For example, with maneuvers of major pieces in the center. e5 look like logical continuation, so check or something like that. But it's 100% equality. So we will see how game unfolds, but right now it's strange. But in the other side, of course, Vahidov Shamsidin has an unlucky day yesterday and the day before yesterday, and he wants to win and all this stuff, but he plays black firstly. Secondly, his opponent prefers the gioco pianissimo variation from the Italian game. How he would win here? I don't know totally. It's very hard to black, you know, playing to the win, especially in Italian game. So maybe that's predictable. Okay. The main point of this game is 4 pawns on the e file. Rarely thing. Maybe after some trade-offs something will change. No, it was my variation, and right now Shamsidin is thinking. For example, if black ignore that a5, something like that, it can be takes, and it's 4 isolated pawn on e file. It's so rarely variation, really. I really want to look at in the game because it was funny. And every other players will be going near the table and look, what? What's happening? So, yep. These pawns it look like weaknesses, especially after queen b3 and queen b6. This pawn is better. Who knows? It's strange. Really strange. Really strange. Of course, there are no games in this position before. So we will return to that after the black's response, and I want to check the last game that we didn't analyze. So thank you, everything is working correctly right here. Okay, it's a game between Artemiev Vladislav and Malakov Vladimir. Right now, what's happening here? It was the Rai Lopez opening, so e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and bishop b5. Got it. Berlin defense, d3. As for d3, it's the second line. Usually a lot of grandmasters prefer the short castling. It's not a sacrifice on e4, no. You need to remember just one rule. If your opponent takes here, you should go d4 in the same move. If you don't know this variation, you can find my lessons in, media. So I did it and I explained to the audience how it works. So after knight e4 you place d4, and with your idea of pins on the e file everything is working good, so it's not a problem for the white. d3, the second line of popularity. Computer said the evaluation is the same. So bishop c5, usually everyone really prefer that. 78% of masters plays bishop c5 here. Takes and short castling. Fun fact, nobody takes here by the b pawn, because after that white will have an extra pawn in the even place, in the even surface, because the main idea of not the main idea, one of the ideas in Rai Lopez is taking this pawn back by the fork from d4 or from g5 in other variations. So right now this move is prohibited, of course, because after queen d4 this scholarship mate is threatening and this knight is hanging. Something will lost, and great advantage. An extra piece, That's the reason why everybody taking on c6 by the div pawn, and after short castling you should just protect this central pawn, because after the short castling this idea is disappeared. Okay, knight d2, bishop makes a pin, so there are 100 games in the master's base in this position. h3, bishop h5, typical thing. a3, one more prophylaxis. Knight d7 and b4. So that's the position in the board right now. I upgraded variation to the main line, and let's discuss it. So why nobody plays c4 here? Computer recommends knight c4. People really prefer knight c4 or rook b1 or c3. I want to go ahead. Oh, the position is getting worse after c5 for the white. Got it? Looks like logical, because our d4 square becomes so weak and we should, avoid it. So pawn in c3 looks better than in c4. As for this move, maybe we want to take back the advantage of pair of bishops of our opponent, because if the position will open somehow in the next time, our opponent's pair of bishops can create problems for us. Maybe, or maybe not, who knows. So that's the reason why this move looks like logical, and my prediction that it will be in the game, like knight c4 with a threat of d6, e5, and something like that. Okay. The evaluation is equal, as you can imagine. As for these ideas, this pin is sometimes problematic, and usually in the position with close center there is an idea with g4, but right here It's strange sometimes because black has an opportunity with c5 and other pawns on the queen side can go ahead and trying to open a file, so it's not working very well right here. But Anand, Vishwanathan Anand, Indian champion of the world, played it in 2019th year. Yep. Okay. Time to think for the Vladislav Artemiev. As we know, he usually come to the time trouble. It's his style, so we'll see that in this round or not. It's interesting. My prediction that it's in every game of him, except of yesterday. So yesterday he did a short draw for something like 2 hours of playing. It was an exception of the rule. Usually he has a time trouble. So time to think. He already has 1 hour and 8 minutes in his clock. So yep. Knight c4 was played. Just in this second, knight goes to c4. But the next place of maneuver of knight can be different. So taking this bishop maybe not the most interesting idea here. Knight a5 is interesting too, and knight e3 with knight f5. If you look all my streams, you remember that the typical place for the knights in the Ruy Lopez opening is f5 for the white knights and f4 for the black knights. So sometimes this maneuver is using. Maybe this position will be the part of the great Ruy Lopez experience. Okay, we will return, and I suggest you to look at the fifth board. Right now, Nestor Farseni plays with Haik Martirosyan, as I said before. It was a sacrifice on the b2. Do you remember this pose and pawn? Yep, it was. And we have stopped at the position after rook g4. So, right now, maybe I forget something important. Yeah, I mixed up the games, of course. It was another one. It was another one with this queen goes to b2. Right here, it was a declined queen's gambit. So after this square of pawns, it was interesting idea with threat and counter threat. So right now white sacrifice a knight in the c3, but after d5 our opponent should do the same thing. And right here is b takes c with the threat of c4 with a pin. So bishop c5 is the only move and rook goes to g4. Yep, of course. Of course it's a different games. So queen f6. It's the only move for the black right here, yeah, that's right. Knight e5 is the top engine move here, and there are 2 games of masters in this position. The first one is game between not very, strong masters, but the second one is a game between Gelfand, who is a strong grandmaster, and Leko. Boris Gelfand and Petr Leko played it before, and they made a draw in 2018 year. So, knight e5 was played. Where's the idea? Firstly, we discovered the diagonal from the attacking on c3. Secondly, maybe we are preparing something like bishop g5. I'm not sure. Why right now the short castling? The short castling is prohibited because of the fork on d7. I found it. So I'm a smart girl. Can you imagine that? Yep. So this move generally avoiding the quick short castling from the black because of the idea of fork in the d7. Rook on f8 and queen on f6 and bishop on c7, everybody. So black prefers rook c8 right now and c4. Oh, that was a trap here. I do not understand the difference. We will do it together right now. But the computer says that in this situation rook c8 is a blunder because of opportunity playing bishop d2. And after bishop d2, I don't know what it means, but somehow it works. So after rook c8, the evaluation is like a whole pawn in white's favor. How it works? So we protected this pawn. Okay, let's check, for example, bishop d6. The computer says that rook on c8 is a problem piece because the rook is hanging after the taking on a6. Okay, so I have the next question. Why I have not the idea to taking right here on a6? Because of checkmate. Okay, so I lost the checkmate in 2. New award to me, you know, medal or something like that. Checkmate in 2, really. What can go wrong? Good question. So the move bishop d2, we need us for something. So right now bishop d6 is prohibited because of this idea, and short castling is prohibited because of knight d7, and black hasn't other options because their bishop should attack this pawn, their queen should protect this pawn, this king should stay in the e8 because of idea of knight d7, for example. If I play something like h6, rook e1, just good development. Okay, why bishop d2 is the only move for the white? For example, if I play, don't know, h3. So the same ideas, no? No. I give up in this question. So right here is very good tactical deflection for the black, like taking here, and taking here. And everything is good for the black. Not so good, half a pawn by its favor, but better than in this variation. Okay, why it doesn't work after the bishop d2? So, for example, takes king h1 with the idea of rook f1. So, by this move, we protected this pawn and open a line for the rook, who wants to go to f1 and make a pin or skewer in the f file. Wow. What's a tactical opportunity? I like that. So, it's very hard to find the real game. That's the reason why Nestor Farseni plays c4 after like 20 minutes of thinking here. So, c4 is interesting, but. I want to check why after bishop a8, for example, we have not this opportunity. I want to take my bishop on b2 with the idea of discovered attack, but computer doesn't recommend it because of idea of rook b8. So, my brain, let's work. Right here, the moves of the knight from e5 is prohibited for us because this bishop is hanging, except of knight d3, but it's not very scary. Sacrifice here, and our rook in the corner is hanging too. So after queen b2, for example, it will be bishop takes f2. Our queen is pinned. Our knight is busy by protecting, so you should go in your way, and this trade-off. And after that f5, and the compensation of pair of bishops and extra pawn is better than rook and the knight. Really? Are you seriously? Wow. Impossible for human. But sometimes we believe the engine in this type of position. As I said before, the engine really bad in the opening positions, but as for middle games with a lot of tactical opportunities, it's the best helper as you can have. So after the c4, black has only one move to, continue the equal game. It's a move bishop a8. For example, bishop b7 is so worse, because after bishop b2, you haven't the opportunity to use your rook in the b file. So you should go away in the corner, because this file is very useful for the rook. Maybe maybe. This decision can be, solved intuitively, because usually we try to stay our bishop and other long way pieces in the back rank, farther from the fighting place. And right here the b file is opened, so that's the reason why unprotected bishop on b7 feel himself very, I don't know, weak. So bishop a8, it's logical continuation of this game. As for other opportunities, computer says that after bishop takes f4, the whole position is better for the white because they have an extra pawn. And stop. And the best move is knight h1. Why? Oh, let's check it. Queen f2. Queen takes e5 with the threat of the rook in the corner. Bishop b2, it's an intermezzo. Queen h5 with a counter threat looks logical. Rook g7 and white create multiple threats in this situation. Yep. So the explanation is founded, and right now we know everything. The only move for the black is bishop a8, going away from the opened file, and this idea with counter game in the f2 isn't working. After the bishop a8, the evaluation is plus 0.3. Okay, so right now we have watched all 5 moves, all 5 games in our tournament. Perfect. Let's make a new circle and watch the first board right here. So, Sathwani Raunak plays white and Amin Tabatabai plays black. They have the major pieces and game. Okay, how it happened? After the rook b7, as we seen before, so it was a poisoned pawn on the b2. It was rook takes here. Queen d8. So bishop b6 is prohibited because of... It's not prohibited, it's not the best move because of the idea of check and fork for the bishop and the king. Queen f2, avoiding this trade-off, and the next sacrifice here. Fork for the hanging rook and hanging bishop. Rook b3, bishop a4 the only move, bishop d4, everyone knows it, so trade-off. Right now the relation of material is equal, c3, b4, rook a1. Looks like everybody knows what they should do. Takes by the bishop, of course, and bishop goes to f6. So the evaluation is equal, and it looks like maybe they agreed to the draw before the game. It's an equal, major pieces and game. Okay, we'll look how game unfolds, but right now I suggest you to make a short break. So let's do it until wherever you will hear me. I'm loud today, so you will miss never. But right now, let's do that. Can you imagine that? The first board was finished with a draw in the same particular in that particular position that we discussed the previous time before the break. So it's very good that we made it in time. Right now, in this situation, Safani Raunak and Tabatabai Amin agreed to the draw. So after G3, this game was finished, and right now it's the shortest game in the tournament. So, yep, after 1 hour and 11 minutes, maybe the less, 1 hour and 6 minutes or something like that, they agreed to the draw and went home at the hotel, to be true. So, my prediction about that game was totally wrong, because I thought that this game will be very long, because Amin Tabatabai is a rating leader right here, and Raunak Sathwani is a rating leader, what I said before. So, right now Amin Tabatabai, after this draw, has 3 points from 4 rounds, and Raunak Sathwani has 2 points from 4 rounds, 1 point between them. But to be honest, we have a round-robin system. That means that their number of points before the last round means nothing, because the strengths of your opponent will be different in every particular case of schedule. So only after the last round the strengths of opponents will be the same. I hope I understood it. I hope I explained it correctly, and right now you understand everything or not. But I hope yes, generally. Okay, let's continue discuss the game. Artemiev Vladimir, my fault. Artemiev Vladislav, you can see him in the screen right now. He has a time trouble one more time. Not yet, but he is going to that, because right now he has a less amount of time between the participants. 51 minutes. Let's start from his board. I'm interested to look at that. It's Rai Lopez Berlin defense. This knight goes to f4 as usually in the opening, and right here the situation is totally equal. For example, knight f5 is very common move, because we are going here by our last maneuver. Knight from c4 goes to e3, and it may be the last point in this trip, like going to f5 with a fork, double attack, something of that. As for other opportunities, you can choose the rook b1 with the idea of b5, or c3 with controlling d4 square and preparing this move maybe somehow. So the situation is equal, like usually happens in the Rai Lopez. It's very strategical, static opening, and it's suitable only for players who like this type of playing. You know, without risky and aggressive plans in the start. No, just position, maneuvers, trades off, weak squares, you know, that type of openings. So, he is thinking, we are looking, and we are going to the second board. What's happening here? Shan Sargsyan playing with Vallejo Pons Francisco. It was the accelerated dragon, but with trade-off on d4. It was very strange, as I said before. Usually this bishop on g7 is the main sign of the dragon. It's an eye of the dragon. But right here, in previous moves, like here, black decided to trade it on the d4. Takes. And I said a lot of times that it's so strange for the dragon player. Okay. Long castling, queen a5, we stopped here, and king b1. Typical decision for this type of position, because your pawn on c4 stays in the semi-open file c. So opponent's rook will attack it, and it's a good thing, you know, to avoid your pins or some kind of problems with this file. Your king should feel protected, so go away. Just go away from the dangerous lines. Bishop e6, f4. The top engine move, rook c8. You know, the computer changed his mind. Yep, typical thing for him in the openings. Previously, he said that the position is white's favor, everything is good, this bishop was important. Right here, the evaluation is just 0.4, so nothing special for them. After the bishop d3, black responded queen c5. As for the opportunities right here, that's not opportunities, you know. Your queen is hanging, you have no good moves to protect him or her. Queen is she. Yeah, remember that. Of course, it's strange to play like bishop e2 if your previous move was bishop d3, right? So takes here its logical thing and takes by the rook. I can predict that, and after that b3 to protect this pawn, so everything is okay. Of course, this bishop can be good for the black because this long diagonal is opened, and but let's look not for disappeared pieces, but for staying alive pieces. Right here, white has some kind of disharmony, because all of their pawn chains are protected only light squares, the king protected light squares, and they has a light bishop, so it's not so good, and right now the evaluation is equal. It's predictable. One queen trade changes the whole evaluation, and maybe that was the only variation for the white, so that means that my first side of the position was wrong. Because usually I was trying to keep this bishop from g7 alive, but in this position black traded it, and nothing bad happened, you know. Okay, so in this situation Vallejo pawns Francisco is thinking what he will do next. I think it will be rook c5, because humanly it's very strange to take by the pawn d6, you know, because the d-openness file, this rook is closed, what? So I'm sure, yep, that was the rook c5. You know, the engine says that it's so small difference between these takings by the pawn and by the rook, but as human think, it's a great difference between these moves. So after the rook c5 it will be b3, because what's else? It's the only logical move right here to protect the pawn. Of course, by the way we have a knight d5 too. Let's be careful of that. So right now I'm not sure that b3 is the only move for the white. Why not? It's a strong outpost for the knight in the center, so you control everything, you interfere the bishop, your pawn is protected right now, your bishop is control everything, before the threat, your king should might go straight to help pawns, and white is gaining a space in the center and in the queen side. Who knows? Computer says that white lost their small advantage after the bishop takes d5. So e takes d5, for example, and rook g8 with the idea of g5. Idea of g5 is the last version that I can imagine. To be honest, human ideas of maneuvers is short castling and rook goes to c8 with pawn breaks or something like that. As for this engine idea, I like that I found it. Really, your rook wants to, you know, open her file. Rook, it's he or she? I don't know. I know that king is he, queen is she, but as for other person in the chessboard, it's hard, you know, to describe. Okay, after rook g8, black gives white two lines of choice. The first one is f5, In this variation, black will have the more space on the king side that can help in the next maneuvers, and after the trade-offs here, the rook will open and, attacking something. So, after b3, it was h5. h5 is interesting, but as for rook g8, it's like untypical for this situation, so I want to collect this idea in my idea collection, yep. h5, let's upgrade this variation and continue to think. After h5, of course, our idea with g5 is not so correct. But why? Let's imagine that right now, I think, after something, this g5 idea isn't working because of e5, yep. This rook is interfered, and after d takes e5, it will be f takes g5, so doubled pawns. After h4, this pawn is good, and rook is interfered, and e4 square for the knight. I'm not sure that's working. As for rook g8, with preparation of that idea, let's check it too, h4. In previous time, pawn from h6 can protect this square, two helps to this idea. But after h5, it looks like it's not working. Got it, but it might be interesting. Okay, wherever, the idea of engine sometimes be interesting, it's just rules of our life. Let's continue. The third board. So right here, Sugirov Sanan plays with Wahidov Shamsuddin. It was a great structure with two pair of double pawns on the e-file, but right here, right now, I see only 3 pawns, not 4. What's happened? Oh, it was queen from b3. So, takes, b4, takes, by the c pawn. To keep this double pawn on the e-file? What was the purpose? Let's check it. Let's try to understand it somehow. I do not know. So, e takes d, c takes d, and d5. Why not? Why not this move? e5 is typical, of course. Maybe this pawn structure is so obvious, and really white wants to complicate something, to has complicated situation. That means more chances to have something. e5 blocked the structure with double pawns on the e-file, and queen b3 check. King goes away from the check. Okay, this trade-off is okay for the white totally, because they will have the more pawns in the center, and e5 idea is keeping, so computer recommends to white plays rook ac1 or rook fc1, whatever. One of your rooks should go to the open file, because in the position there is only one open file, it's c-file, so let's do that. Or king h2, it's funny. Prophylaxis moves like king h2 in this position, because as you know, the pawn was weaknesses, and this pawn is traded, whatever, but this pawn is keeping in this board. So the idea with queen b6, with all these diagonal threads, it's better to go away from this line. King h2 or something like that, but the evaluation in the all 3 lines is 0.0, so nothing. It's typical thing for the Italian game, especially Gioco Pianissimo variation. But as for opponents, maybe it's not so nice to play it, especially when you should win somehow. Wahidov Shamsuddin right now is take the last place in the tournament, because he lost the previous 2 games, and right here it's time to win. But playing black with Sanan Sugirov, who played very solid structures, very solid openings, it's hard to do, like impossible. At least in this situation too. So, maybe it will be a draw, I don't know. As for this situation, we checked it before, so nothing has happened. but the time of Artemy Vladislav is getting lower and lower. Right now it's less than 40 minutes after the first hour and a half of playing. I'm not sure that's a good sign, because, for example, in the second round he has a few time, to capitalize the advantage, and he played using the time increment in that round, so it wasn't enough to calculate variations correctly, so that was the reason why his opponent saved the game. So maybe these time troubles, it's not only part of style, it's part of problem for him. But I don't know, I'm just only a commentator. I'm just saying what I'm thinking, so nothing more. As for the last game, the fifth board, Nestor Farseni plays with Haik Martirosyan. Wow! The very strange position of pieces. Let's check it from our last analysis. So after c4 we discussed it, that the only move for the black right here is bishop goes to the corner, because bishop on b7 is unprotected piece on the opened file, that's a bad sign. And other opportunities with bishop c5 wasn't working. Okay, bishop b2, it was a plan, to discover the long diagonal with kind of discovered attacks, and right here the only move for the black who keeps the equality was rook b8, as engine says, to attack this bishop and avoid lot of ideas with discovered attack or something, because this bishop is hanging. As for the rook d8 that was played in the game by Haik Martirosyan, computer is not sure. He said that after development of our last piece, it will be hard for the black to continue, because this discovered attack on the long diagonal can be very terrifying for the black. Of course, short castling is prohibited in every move because of idea of knight d7. Earlier it was the fork, for example here, but after rook d8 and rook e1, for example, it will be a discovered attack, because this bishop is attacking all of these squares. That idea calls, I forget, I want to check. I wanted to say stone wall, but no, stone wall it's an opening with d5 and f5, and this idea called mill. Do you know that? Mill. If you're a beginner in an English language like me, I want to explain this thing. So when you prepare a bread for it, it's green in the field, and after that the special mechanic car, combine, collect it and put to the mill. So this mill is going by the circle and make this one more word. I know all chess words right now, but as for other lives, corn. All this corn should be, smaller to prepare a bread. So this thing, Don Quixote. I can explain to you it easier. So Don Quixote fighting with mills. So yep, it's like, playing a crocodile, special game when you should explain everything by gestures. But right now I should explain everything by easy words in English. So yep, then Don Quixote fighting with mills, and this idea called mills, because, your rook, of course you can create a checkmate in two, whatever. If you want to, you can do it check, return, not in this situation, whatever. Mills doesn't exist, but it was interesting word, whatever. So, what I wanted to say. After the rook goes to d8, it's very interesting to the white finished their development using a rook on the e file with the idea of all these things. And the next move of black is so hard to do. To be honest, it's only one of them who let to continue the equal game. It's h5. Move right here. And after that will knight takes f7. Queen takes f7, for example. Knight takes g7. The next sacrifice. Okay. This bishop. Sorry, this bishop. Bishop is ready to help the rook. So this discovered attack not only on e file, it's diagonal too. So you cannot take here. You should take something like that. And in the end of this sacrificing, this rook is hanging. Yep. No, black has an option to keep the material, you know, after rook f8 with a pin. King goes to g1. Oh my god. This rook takes here, not here. It's important. Rook takes e6, king f8, rook g4, and we have an endgame with an extra pawn of white, but very hard to capitalize it. I give up. How it works, why variations is so hard to understand, but really, you know, the opening was very aggressive from the both sides, so you should calculate from this moment till tomorrow morning and find something, because the responsibility of every move is so great. You know, one small mistake and everything is ruined, because the position, it's a position with, you know, every move is high staked. One decisive move can win the game or lose the game. It's unusual thing in Grandmaster's position, but right here you can see that. Okay, rook e1 computer recommends. The second line is rook g3, h4 looks like exotic, but it happens, it happens. As for rook e1, one more plus of this move is protecting a knight on e5, because if you know, looking for my variations in the board, the really common thing of black is deflection by taking on f2. Bishop takes f2, and if your knight is hanging somehow, without this bishop, I don't know, it can be a deflection of queen. But after rook e8 or after rook e1, this knight is protected by three pieces in that moment, so it's very reliable thing for him. Okay. As for the second board. Stop. Before the second board. All the discovered attacks connect with knight c6 isn't working, right? Because of queen f2? Because computer doesn't recommend some kind of that idea or knight f7 idea. I just want to check, you know, to check. Check whether I'm right about queen f2. For example, knight goes to c6, yep, queen f2, and the advantage of black is fixed. The two whole pawns in black's favor, takes. And the same variation will be after knight takes f7, right? Let's check it too. So takes. No, queen takes f7, and the idea of rook g7 isn't dangerous for the black because of idea takes. This, you know, queen straight off, and in the end of the variation, they has an opportunity to play the rook d2 right here. So bishop is hanging, and black has an extra piece in the end of the variation. It was important to analyze, I think, because as human, if I see this precondition of the bishop and the queen, I really want to exploit it somehow. But right now you can see that you haven't choices, you haven't ways to exploit it, and you should just finish your development by rook e8. Looks logical. But during the game, it's so hard to calculate everything because I said about that you have a responsibility. So, for example, if you make a blunder, you will lose a significant number of money. The prize fund of this tournament is 13.7 millions of rubles. So you can imagine how great are prizes for everyone. From the first place to the last place, everyone will have their own prize, but the difference between these prizes are huge. Yep. The last place, to comparison, the last place of this tournament has 700 thousands of rubles. It's a very strong tournament, the strongest one in Russia in 2025, because the average rating of the participants is 2648. It's a huge numbers. Every participant has a rating higher than 2600. So they should calculate it very carefully, especially in this type of position. Okay, let's go to the second board. Right here, Sakshan Shant plays with Vallejo pawns Francisco, and computer says that the evaluation stays the same, plus 0.4, as we discussed in previous time. So it was a dragon with an earlier trade-off on the d4, knight takes here and bishop takes here. So right now, usually it's not a common relation of the pieces in the dragon variation, because black has light bishop and knight on g4, but as for white's pieces is not so good as you can imagine. So if somebody has a dark bishop right here, it will be the strongest person in the board, but nobody has it. This big diagonal belongs to nobody. Oh, a wasting of squares. Joking. Rook goes to d2, maybe with idea of doubling on the only semi-opened file in the position. So. d5 is a good square for the knight, but this bishop is playing like a checkers. When I was a child, my trainer all the time said me that if I play something in harmony like Dasha, why do you always play the checkers? It means that all of my pieces and bishop stays in the same color squares. So that means that you haven't a harmony in the camp, because you control light squares very well, but if you look at your dark squares, you want to cry. So this knight is strong guy. He tried to attack these dark squares. So the evaluation in white's favor, but not so much, and it's hard to understand how you can realize this advantage. Computer says that in the next time it will be a bishop e2 to fighting with this knight, maybe bishop f3, you know, to keep everything protected. Maybe knight d5 or not. Knight a4 is another idea of white. Rook goes to e1. Computer recommends the same thing. Yep. What about e5? No? Nowhere. a4. a4 is the next move of white. You know, despite of opponent's response, maybe to avoiding a b5, or for what reason? Why we should use this move a4? I don't understand. Rook e8, protecting e7 square. Totally unclear for me, but we can, you know, check it just to figure it out. For example, a4. What we want to do? King b2, bishop e2, bishop f3. It's just about maneuvers, you know. The position is calm and static, and white has some maneuvers to improve their position. this bishop on f3 will be stay better, because right here he doesn't interfere in the d file for the rook, and he protected all these pawns. As for the king, in the endgame, king stays better closer to the center, because after some exchanges he might go to the opponent's pawns or somewhere else. So that's the reason why computer trying to gain a space in the queen side, open a road for the king, and suggest these maneuvers a lot of times. Okay, it's easier to white, improve their position than to black, but the whole summarize that the structure is very solid and reliable for everyone. So we can continue our discussion about the games in the third round of 22nd Karpov International Chess Tournament. Let's look at the next one. What's happening here? Sugirev Sanan plays with Vahidam Shamsidin, and Sugirev Sanan is thinking for half of an hour, 30 minutes right now. As you can see, before this move it was 1 hour and 7 minutes, and after the king h7 he is thinking for 30 minutes, because right now in his clock 46 minutes at all. It's interesting. Maybe we are talking about some great ideas here. Rook c1, I said about that before, because nothing was happened after our last discussion of this position. So rook c1 is computer recommendation, because we've got only one opened file, it's a C file, and logical thing that we want to use it by the rook, of course. So this rook or that rook, it's a question. You might use the both of them. And king h2. As for long-term plans, let's discuss about long-term plans. Maybe it will be something else. So, computer says that after rook c1, for example, just a second. After the rook c1, for example, your knight has a great places for the maneuver on f5. You remember that typical thing for the Ray Lopez, and it's a good way, to combine two ideas in the one move. So clear way to the knight and taking a control of the open file. Yep, it wasn't a game in the same second that I pronounce it. Maybe sometimes my predictions is working. Yep. As for this maneuver, I had some question, because right now I realized the pawn on e4 is hanging, but after knight f1 and knight e4, for example, it will be the fork after the queen d5 is some variation. It depends on the next black's move right now. Bishop, it's queen. Queen d7, for example. Can we start the maneuver or it's impossible? Yeah, we can. That's prohibited because of the fork, I think. Let's check it. Yep, I am right. White has two options, to take the material from the d5 or from the c4, c2 with the same idea, whatever. So. Rook goes to c1, and after queen d7, for example, this maneuver can be started. Maybe that's the reason why our king stays on h2 better. From h2, the king protect our knight on g2. I forget all of letters in the board. I'm ashamed. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I should H. I should, remind it to myself sometimes, just to remember. Okay, the situation in the game right now after the rook c1, and I think Vahidam Shamsidin will think a lot of times. We have a great time control in this tournament. 100 minutes in default and 50 minutes more after the first 40 moves. So that means that every game can be continued for hours. Yesterday, the round continued for 6 hours and 25 minutes. One game between Tabatabai Amin and Vallejo Pons Francisco. They played so long, and in the end, Amin Tabatabai finally realized his extra material and won the game. Yep. Right now, today, he made a short draw, maybe, to relax. After previous hard game, it seems logical, because even for grandmasters, it's hard to play a lot of games in a straight, when games, when it's long games for 6 hours or more. So sometimes they made relaxed days for themselves. They can, at least Tabatabai Amin might let it in himself, because he was a leader of the tournament, and I think right now he keeps this place for himself. Whatever, let's go to the first board. So right here, Artemiev Vladislav plays with Malachov Vladimir, and Vladislav spends a lot of time right here. It was an hour in his clock. After knight f5, only 34 minutes left. Queen goes to d7, and this maneuver, like here, it's M later. Maybe it's a secret sign for us, like a SOS signal by the lights, splashes, or by the something else in radio. So this knight trying to tell us something. It's M later. We will watching at him. Maybe the next letter will mean something. I don't know. From M. What's word starting from M letter? Milk, mother, and mandarins. No, in English it's tangerines. What's from M? M&Ms. I don't know. So maybe it's a secret sign, maybe it's typical maneuver of knight in this static pawn structure. I think the second answer is right. So after the knight g3, it was the bishop takes a free response, takes here, and after knight e6, it was knight f5. The evaluation keeps the equal, keeps an equality, whatever, you understand what I mean. Even if I torturing English grammar sometimes, it happens. So you get used to my style of giving comments, and right now I think it's not a big problem. So, knight came to the f5, and he's trying to create a threat. Computer says long castling is enough for the black, or even bishop f8. I like this type of positions, but it's so static, and your bishop f8 go into the back rank, interfere the rook, interfere the short castling, interfere everything. Computer says is okay, is enough. So nothing will happen here. Everything is so solid, so reliable, then you can relax and do whatever you want to do. After knight f5, what's about other ideas of continuation? Rook b1 computer recommends in any case, and you will be fun, but he says that knight should return to the e3. For example, after bishop f5, for example, the top engine line is rook b1, g6. After g6, it's predictable, yep, and explainable, so no, it doesn't count. As for the long castling, rook b1 in any case, because pawn break in the position with how it's called, different side of castling. King b1, a4, g6. No, g6 is a mistake, because we have an extra pawn after this trade-off, and queen takes f6. Sorry, forget it. Maybe rook f8 to prepare something. It's equality in any case. Even if it's not the top engine move right here in the situation, the equality, so what will be next? b5. And b5 is okay too, so I just make a moves, exclude of the top 3 lines that computer recommends, and the evaluation stays the same. In any case, it's funny. My chess level is not so great as participants, it's only woman FIDE master, but my moves is enough, enough to keep this evaluation in the situation. Every noun in chess, finish by "tion." Evaluation, situation, continuation, what else? Position, whatever. Lot of words. And it's fun, when you use it in one sentence, like position and continuation, evaluation, not equalation, just equality, but whatever. So knight f5 was here, and it's time to black to think. Malakhov Vladimir has 1 hour 21 minutes in his clock right now, so good way to analyze it somehow else. Maybe it's great factor, it's high factor of safety in this position, so it's hard to make a mistake, and that make a process of thinking easier, I think. As for the last game, rook e1 really was played. We discussed it in our previous analysis. So in this particular case, the knight f7 and knight c6 isn't working because of idea of queen f2 in some variations. So rook e1 is top engine move here, and after the h5 the top engine move too, and black spends 6 minutes to found it. Yep, it's good. And knight f7, the top engine move one more time. If I remember right, this variation goes for the position when it will be an endgame with one extra pawn in white that's hard to capitalize. Let's check whether I remember right. So, knight takes on f7, queen or bishop takes on f2, it's important. Let's check every variation in the sequence. So, right now black has 3 options, right? Queen takes f7 because of this discovered attack, queen's f7, bishop f2, and queen's f2. So, computer said that the evaluation after queen's f2 will be half of a pawn in white's favor. The evaluation after bishop f2 will be the same thing, because it's transposition to trades off on f2, and the evaluation after queen takes f7 is plus 0.8, so 8/10 of pawn in white's favor. After these trade-offs on f2, this move is prohibited because of rook g7, I think. Yep, with a great advantage. This move is prohibited because of knight takes on h8 with an extra piece. So, 2 moves for the black. The first one is a fork on d2. Rook is interfering. And right now, for example, that's prohibited. You can take here because of extra piece. You can take here because of rook g7. So you should resign right here. But rook f8. So we just put our, rook under the threat and just continue to do our own business. Interesting. Take with a check. Going away. Takes. And right now we have an endgame with an extra pawn of white. Yep. Let's return. As for the other opportunity in that of this variation, after the queen takes f7, rook takes g7, black has an extra piece. If you go away, for example, like queen f7, the top engine move for white. It's impossible for humans sometimes, I think. Oh yeah, it was in the game. Black responds with queen f7, and white takes on g7. Let's upgrade this variation and try to analyze next. So right here, for example, if you try to, keep your queen alive, for example, after queen f8, f5, protecting this pawn, only one move gives white an advantage, and it's hard to imagine here because it's a strange move, especially in middle game, especially when everything looks like ruin of pawn structures. But it's h4. Maybe it's a luft, maybe it's outpost for the rook after this discovered attack, I don't know. But black should sacrifice right here on f2. For example, if they want to continue their plan. Check, takes, and checkmate in 3. Got it. So after the rook g7, black should be very careful and make this trade-off with the rook d2 in the end. Rook e2 seems logical. Rook f8 the only move, goes here, takes, and bishop c6, something like that. So white has an extra pawn one more time, but this game, comparing with our previous ideas here, is better for the here. We can compare these two endgames. In every endgame, white has an extra pawn, right? But right here, the white's rook is not so active, and the king on g4, but no, king is better, but rook is not so active as in this variation. That's the reason why right here, computer recommends to take on f2, because in the end of this variation, with two trade-offs on f2 and rook f8 in the end, so that will be this situation. Not this situation, this situation with king on g4. But after the queen takes f7 and rook g7, after all these things here, it will be this one, so it's better for the white. And the computer says that Haik Martirosyan made a mistake, and he chose the wrong direction of the wrong sentence, the wrong sequence of moves. You can see him. No, you cannot. Right here. I want to say that you can see him in the camera from the tournament hall, but right now, no, because the image has changed. Whatever. After party. No, that's not what I wanted to say. Just thoughts in my mind. So, after the rook g7, he should make a decision. So, queen f5 is very risky continuation, because h4, preparing this idea for the rook. It's top engine move, maybe it's hard to find in the real game, but that gives a white more advantage, bigger advantage than in previous opportunity. So right here, for example, as we see before, rook f8 goes to the checkmate in 3. Rook g5 either threat. Rook h6, just want to check. After rook g5, lot of problems. Why? I want to stay here. Because of scarce. Sorry. My mistake. So I forget about hanging bishop in the c5. And after your h4, you are preparing not only for discovered attack on h8, you are preparing for the scarer on the fifth rank. So, lot of problems. Huge amount of problems. So, stop. What about this interfering? Takes. Okay. Bishop b2. The first discovered attack from the whole board, from the one corner of board to the other corner of board. And this idea is appearing. you know, queen from b2 attacking h8, b8, like very long way piece right here. So it's interesting to looking for that engine ideas. Okay, got it. So the evaluation right here is more than an extra 2 pawns in white's favor. The only move for the black is queen f6, you know, controlling this diagonal, but after a queen b8, rook d8, a queen g3, creating a battery and protected the rook. The whole position of black is so hard to defend. Like the evaluation is scary to say, more than 2 pawns in white's favor. This rook g6 is a threat, so they only move one more time, and rook e5 and rook g5. So the pressure on black is continuing, and in Grossmaster's level it's impossible to hold this situation. Okay, right now it's time to make a choice for the black, and it's hard to do, of course. You know, in so hard tournament with so huge amount of responsibility, it's hard to sacrifice your piece on f2, but you should do that. You should do that, because after queen f5, the position is worse. Okay, 2 hours of streaming have passed. We were looking for the all 4 games, because 1 game has finished with a draw, and we will continue to do that, but only after our short break. So let's do a pause, and after that we will continue. Hello again! If you have just joined us, I want to remind you that we are in the fourth round of 22nd Karpov International Chess Tournament. And right now we are analyzing games. 2 hours of the round have passed. I am your commentator. My name is Dasha. I am Woman FIDE Master. Let's do it together. So, after the 2 hours of the fourth round, only one game was finished with a draw. It was the first game between Tabatabai Amin, who is leader in the tournament right now with 2.5. Yep. And Satvani Raunak, who is rating leader this tournament with 1.5. Yep. Before this round. Of course, after draw, they has more points in 0.5 as human tournaments works. And right now, 4 boards left, and we discussed the details from these boards. As for the last one, as for the 5th boards, this position really happens right here. Haik Martirosyan decided to queen f5 move. You know, he trying to keep the queen alive, but after h4 the position of black is getting worse and worse because this pawn is hanging. This discovered attack on the long diagonal is threatening. These ideas with rook g5 and skier on the 5th rank is continuing to threaten, so everything is hard, very hard to defend. Computer says that right now it's the last chance to sacrifice something on the f square and continue with hardened game, but you know, better than nothing. So here, for example, after rook b8, it will be this idea isn't working because of the check, next check, and rook b2. Yep. It's predictable, so that's the reason why after rook b8 you should go in your way, you should save your bishop from this stuff, because idea of taking by the rook is hard. Let's continue the variation till the end. For example, rook b1 with the idea of trade-offs, rook g5, and we take this piece back. So now everything under control in white side. Hard to the black, you know, to give some kind of advice, because the whole situation is hard. King in the center of the board under this battery on the e file, rook on the h8, bishop on the c5, so every piece is hanging and it affects to the hard defense. You okay? You okay? Okay, it's, you know, severe version of okay. It may be my feature. Okay. Wherever. As for the second board, Sargsyan Shant plays white, Vallejo Pons Francisco plays black. It was on a dragon with traded bishop from g7. So, interesting position. Computer says the evaluation is the same, plus 0.3, so it's equality, nothing new. Everyone prepared his rooks for the fighting in the center. So, as you can see, black doubled pawn on the c file, maybe with the idea of b5. By the way, b5 is a problem for the white right here, right? Computer says the top engine move is bishop f5. Okay, just want to check. What will be after b5? Knight goes to d5, interfere this diagonal, of course, and after b takes c4, you can take by the bishop. You haven't got an isolated pawn on the c4 after the taking by the pawn, so everything is right. The equality, but maybe the spread of this discovered attack is dangerous. Or what's happening? e7 pawn is hanging, of course. e7 pawn is hanging. Rook e8 isn't working because a pawn is hanging too. Rook a8 is enough. because this threaten is not threaten. Black threatens are more dangerous. Got it, got it. So the structure of black is not so solid after these ideas. That's the reason why computer recommend them play something like rook b8 sometimes. What about b6? It's a top engine move right here, but I not understand. The one of main ideas of white is playing knight d5, and after that this pawn will be unprotected. Takes, rook 5 c7, doubled pawns, king f8. The evaluation is 0.0 right here. So computer says there are no chances to, make a pawn break or something like that. So everything is very reliable for black. Pin, for example, b5. So right now you should protect it somehow. Yeah, this end game is equal. Okay, for everyone. Let's return to the position from the game. I think it can be a draw. Every game can be a draw without the fifths, except of fifths. You know what I mean? Because right here the draw is the last result, then you can imagine. I think it will be a resultative game. I don't know who will win right now. The advantage in the white side, it's a great advantage, but something can happen. So the draw, no. It will be a lot of tactical opportunities and traps and all this stuff, but it can be a draw, cannot. As for the third board, what's happening here? Sergei Sanan plays with Wahidov Shamsidin. That's the pawn structure from the Italian game, as you remember. So it was 4 pawns in the e-file. Right now it's just 3 pawns, but look like exotic. Yep. As for the knight, computer recommends play knight f1, knight g3 and knight f5 using the hanging knight on the c6, because after knight e4 it will be a fork from this or this square or whatever. That's the reason why our knight has an opportunity to go here, but after g6 maybe this king is not so weak as you want to imagine, so this square is not possible for us right now. I mean that nobody has a great plans for his pieces, and that's the reason why the evaluation right now is equal, plus 0.1 in any case, to be honest, and white spends a lot of times to find something. You can see right here Sergei Sanan has 1 hour and 7 minutes. He spends half of an hour, less, 20 minutes. Let's be true, 20 minutes to make a rook fc1, and after that he spends 25 minutes more, and he continues to think right now. So 90 minutes in his clock, and it's just 18th move. So he should do like 21 move for 20 minutes. Hard, but the situation is static, so it may be that he doesn't need so much time, to calculate something, because that's nothing in this position to calculate. Only looking for plans, maneuvers, because it's Italian. And I want to sing something Italian to add this detail in our atmosphere, but I'm not sure that it's suitable in official tournaments stream. As for the fourth game, Artemiev Vladislav plays white and Malakhov Vladimir plays black. Computer says that white has an advantage. Small advantage. Or not advantage, right here. Yep, sometimes he changed his mind. The position looks like very stable and solid, but who knows? White's king finds a solid place for him. White secured the safety for the king till this moment. As for this king, I am not so sure. Oh, this game was finished with a draw. After the queen d7, Vahidov Shamsidin offers a draw, and Sugirov Sanan accepted. Yep, it's strange because right now Vahidov Shamsidin took last place in the tournament, as I said before, and I expected that he will try to, revenge somehow, but it's impossible in Italian game when you're playing by black. Maybe that's a predictable continuation of actions. Whatever. The draw has fixed, and right now 3 games left in the tournament. Draw and draw. So I will put the points in my special, paper to count the number of points of every player. So Amin Tabatabai right now has a draw. He will have 3 points. Raunak Sathwani has a draw. He will have 2 points. What I wanted to say. Sugirov Sanan has 2 points after this game too. And Vahidov Shamsidin has the second draw in this tournament. He has a 1 point. Okay, got it. Let's continue to check. So, right here, after the h4 move, Haik Martirosyan is thinking, but the situation is really hard for him. And I think this decision with knight f7 was very beautiful. So right now, after knight f7, it was queen takes f7, and usual relation of material. Black has an extra piece, white has a compensation of activity, piece is very active, especially this rook on g7, and 2 pawns against the piece. So it's very hard to sacrifice the piece in back, because after that you will have a very hard endgame without a pawn, and it will be a long process of suffering till the end of the game. Of course, you have chances to keep your game to the draw, but it's really hard to play when you know that you never will win this game. Yesterday, it was an example of this type of game. So the last game. Yes, I don't know synonyms, so you will get used to. Whatever. The last game yesterday was 6 hours and 25 minutes, as I said before. It was a game between Amin Tabatabai and Francisco Alejo Pons, and that's the point. Amin Tabatabai has a better position, and he tried to capitalize it a lot of times from different sides with different maneuvers. So his position wasn't risky, and he let himself this type of checkings from this side, from those side, and it's very hard to play when your opponent is checking you all the time, and you should find the only moves to keep your position. If you made a mistake, you're lost in the same moment. If you found the right way, the game is continuing, and you haven't an opportunities, to accelerate this draw. You just should continue your suffering for hours, and in some time you made a mistake and the game losing. So that's the reason why psychologically it's easier to play when you are attacking. Yep. And right now we have the same situation. Of course, bishop takes f2 or queen takes f2. It's a better continuation for the black. The evaluation after bishop takes f2 or queen takes f2 is plus 0.7. Other moves starting from plus pawn dot 2 and more in white's favor, but hard to decide to go to this type of end game, because in Grandmaster's level it means hours of suffering in the position when your opponent has an extra pawn and you has, let's think, nothing. So Let's check the second board after the king f8. Looks like a draw. I feel that. For example, right here in this situation, g3, rook fc8, white sometimes maybe can find something, let our opponent put the pawn on the b5 and responding with knight d5, but after rook c2, it's feeling that everybody wants to play more solid, more reliable, and the both opponents is really agree to the draw. This move, the purpose of this move is protecting the knight, avoiding the ideas connected with b5. Because after this move, this pin is disappearing and b5 isn't working. But we haven't chances to improve our position. So maybe it will be a 3 times repetition, something after that. Something like that, I mean. King f8 is predictable. What else? b4 is bad move, because after rook c7 we will have a problems with c4. a4, b6, nothing changed. Of course we have a place for the knight. It's outpost for the knight after the knight d5, but takes. This pawn is easy to defend, for example, after rook c7, so we cannot find a third attacker of this square. That means that everything is protected, very reliable. So 27 minutes in black's clock after the h4 right here, rook g8, rook g5 is threatening. So I'm very interested what black will choose here, because we have two directions of this game in this moment. The first one is trade-off on f2. It will be endgame with capitalizing of extra pawn, so not so, bright. But other moves include rook b8 or something like that. Maybe, I don't know, rook h6. It will be a middle game with tactical shots, with attempts of checkmate the opponent's king. It will be more aggressive and interesting to see game, So right now it's a game decisive move for the black. Game decisive choice for them. Of course, for me, the only factor of the move is taking position more interesting or less interesting. For the players, they have other factors to choose direction, but you hear only my subjective opinion on the chess. So 26 minutes for the white, and it looks like nobody goes to the second time control. Right now in this game, h4 was a 24th move, so that's the reason why the second control will be only after 16 moves. It's, enough to lose the game a lot of times. So the second control cannot help the Hayek Martirosyan, so he should try to look for something right here. As for the situation, Artemiev Vladislav plays with Malakhov Vladimir. The situation is totally equal. The evaluation is 0.0, but Vladislav has 12 minutes. Oh, his usual time troubles. Yesterday he made a short draw and everything was right, but in the day before yesterday, in the second round, he didn't manage to win the winning position because of time trouble. Maybe if he had half an hour more, that position can give something, but life is life. Our consequences is predictable. So if you're in time trouble, it can affect on you in the next time when you want to calculate but cannot do it. So 12 minutes in his clock, but right now Malakhov Vladimir is thinking. So after queen g4, it's I think the purpose of queen g4 is maybe clearance of way to the pawn, and after the long castling. Oh, sorry, it's a trap. My bad. After the long castling, it will be a pin on this diagonal, so bishop c5 is a chance to win the material. So queen g4 is preparing for that move. b6 computer recommends, avoiding these attempts of winning something. And 0.0 in any case. Bishop h6 and returning. What about f4 right here? Computer doesn't want to do it, but I want to. Takes, made a check, going away. Takes. Takes by the queen, because our rook should protect another rook. Long castling. And the situation is equal one more time, but maybe right here computer says that black has a small advantage. It's really unclear for me, because as for pawn structure, wine pawn structure. Thank you. My mind just tried to say you. Yep. Really, it was a common joke before my commentator work, like Dasha. The main thing is commentator's work is, not mixed up with white and wine. Pronounce is similar, but meanings is different. And right now I made this mistake. Good. So, as for pawn structure, white's pawn structure is better because its doubled pawns have not ability to go ahead. Because firstly, that's a place to black's king. Secondly, they're doubled and it's hard to them. But maybe as for major pieces, there are more files for the black, to find in a work in the center. I don't know, and the advantage is not so big, like minus 0.3, so that means nothing in our game, but who knows. In any case, after queen g4, black thinking. So maybe something else? What about queen d7? To interfere this diagonal and, going away from this diagonal. Okay, the same evaluation. Like rook in the center, long castling, f4 earlier or later, whatever. Takes, and f5. Oh, maybe that's not so equal as I expected. Looks interesting. Takes, check. King h1 takes here. The pieces are getting more active. Bishop c1 is top engine move in that position. Takes, doubled pawns. Attacking, takes. Oh. And the evaluation is the same in the end. But right here, maybe this weak pawn is compensating by the advantage of bishop against knight in the opened positions. Yeah, looks like logical. So right here, Hayek Martirosyan is continuing to thinking. As for the second board, after king f8, it was knight d5 with a trade-off. So my prediction that after a half an hour it will be a draw in the second board. Because after e takes d5, the position is so boring. Of course, you can double your rooks in the e file and attacking here, and your opponent will stay maybe this rook on the c7. This rook can be used too, but after rook 8, c7. I'm not sure, because c5 rook haven't got any places to escape in any case, and it can be a precondition of a tactic, so it's more solid to go away by this rook and just stay and control this square, and nobody has a pawn breaks. Except of one. I just want to ask, for example, I stay here somehow and my opponent double pawns, and I returned. And what about f5? f5 is not scary for the black, because f4 pawn controlling the e5 square from the knight. If you push it, the e5 square will be taken with the knight, and this knight in the outpost is very interesting, but white has an opportunity of the sacrifice of rook, computer says. Interesting. Takes by the rook, so it will be the second pawn, bishop and the second pawn against the rook. So risky. It's looking very risky for the white here. I would not decide to this variation, to be honest. Computer says it's equality 2. Right now the evaluation is plus 0.2, but as for me, I'm not ready for this stuff totally. We'll look at the game, but my stink that white and black decided to agree to the draw. Yep. 18 minutes in Haik Martirosyan's clock, so nothing has changed, but after that move, this game will continue quickly, I think. Maybe not, because white has a lot of time to think, but my feeling says me that after the next move it will be, boom, 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 boom in the board. And it will be very interesting to watch an added game after this time, is running out. As for this position, after queen g4, as we discussed before, there are a lot of opportunities of black, except of long castling, because long castling it's a blunder that I made when I discussed about that. After the long castling it will be bishop c5 with a skewer on this diagonal, and material is lost. So it will be very upset. That's the reason why you should play b6 to control the square, or queen d7, to go in away from this dangerous diagonal, or something else. So right now, you look how hard Vallejo Pon Francisco is thinking. He's usually do that. Yep. Yesterday we have seen, we saw the same, position of body, like he sit very close to the table and put hands in his head and concentrate on the calculating in 100%, every time. Maybe I saw sometimes when he just walking near the table, but generally maybe 90% or more he's sitting in the table and calculating. So I respect it. He really trying to, do his best. Yep. And right now, the position doesn't seem like very, unique, and position doesn't need so hard calculating here. At least computer says that it's enough to do everything. Even if you play, a5. Oh, after a5 it will be an advantage of white. I was wrong, so forget all my sentence about this situation. Rook c goes to e2. If you protecting it somehow, it will be f5. Knight goes to e5, and right now this sacrifice gives white more chances. Hard to understand to me, but computer says this bishop and two pawns in the endgame will be very dangerous for the opponent. And after a5 move, it will be one more weakness right here that white can use, maybe with maneuver of the king or something else. I don't know. As for the fifth board, it was a rook b8 right now. Wow. I told you that every opportunity except of taking on f2 is bad for the black, because they should trading their queens. Otherwise, the attack on the black's king will be very dangerous. And black chose the variation with rook b8, so the top engine move bishop c3 gives a white a great advantage. This idea keeps possible. This discovered attack, this skewer, this e6 pawn, this king in the center. So every variation is, great advantage in white's favor, more than a whole pawn. Interesting. So maybe you want to ask myself. When maybe you want to ask me, what's the difference between bishop a1 and bishop c3? You're going away from the threat. After that move, your bishop isn't hanging, so why this move is top engine and this move not? The difference is easy, to be honest. Your opponent's rook wants to move to b1 after your response, so it's better to keep our rook on e1 more protected, and and bishop from the c3 is protecting the rook here, and it's very important in this variation after the rook b1. So you continue your plans with rook g5. The only one move for the opponent is trade off here. And your bishop protected your rook. After all trade-offs, your bishop is ready to help your pieces. So that's the reason why you have an endgame with an extra pawn. Of course, this endgame with a different color of bishops, that means there are some chances for draw for black. But right now your rook is so active, and black has 3 pawn islands. Yesterday we discussed pawn islands. I can remind it to you if you missed our yesterday stream. Why? How you can do that? So pawn island is a group of pawns who stay closer to each other. For example, right now white has 3 pawn islands too. But the difference is white's rook is active and black rook's is non-active. So the less pawn islands in the board you have, the better your pawn structure are. And right now it's hard to black, to keep all pawns alive, because they cannot protect each other. That's the reason of good evaluation of position for the white. Okay. As you can see, Nestor Arseny is counting variations in the table. So. We'll look at his decision in any case. What's happening here? In the fourth board, b6 was played. Yep. It's a move to, control the c5 square from the bishop, and right now it's not a threat. So the next move of black will be a long castling, except of bishop h6. So after bishop h6 it will be a rook f7. In any directions, in the rest of the moves, it will be a long castling. Predictable. And the evaluation of the position is 0.0, really in 3 lines that computer recommends for us, so nothing, nowhere, totally. It seems very strange for me, because after the long castling we will have a position with different sides castlings. And usually this type of positions is very aggressive for everyone, because the main plan in this position is pawn breaks, of course. So white will play in the queen side, black will play in the king side, so everybody wants to ruin everything, create a collapse near your opponent's king. And right here we have 0.0. How? I don't know. Let's continue the variation. For example, I want to be ready for the pawn break, so I decide to go to b1. So you do it. a4, f5, takes. No, this trade-off is bad for me because g-file is opened after that. I just want to go away. f4. f3 maybe, f3, g3, a6, b5, a5, takes here. Nothing, right? So my attack is finished. Black attack is finished too. You know the idea of lock? I want to remind it to you. So, if your pawn near the king staying, near each other, your opponent have not the idea of pawn break. Because if his pawn goes here, you will make a lock. Or here, it will be make a lock. Right here, for example, after h4, it will be g4. After g4, it will be h4. So, no chances to open one line for our king. And in this side, the same situation. So c4 idea is prohibited because of the backward pawn on d3. Our ideas is finished. That's the reason why the evaluation is minus 0.2 right here after b6. So nobody has a real opportunity to create a pawn breaks near the opponent kings. Oh, no, nothing was happened here. After the rook b8. Sometimes I'm checking the different boards, except of right sequence of them, because only 3 boards left, and I might do that without confusing in our minds. Of course, you control the surnames of players in the up and down of the board, so it's not a surprise for you who is playing, what's happening. As for the second board, everything comes for a draw, especially after f5 move, because f5 is, total block of everything. Right now, the idea of f5 for white is disappeared, and what? We discussed this sacrifice a lot of times. After f5, for example, I told you that the only idea for the white to looking for something. Rook goes here, for example, rook c7 and f5. And in the end of the variation, with rook takes e5 and all this stuff, it will be more interesting for white than for black. But to avoid these complicated things, Vallejo pawns Francisco played f5 right here, and the position is equalized 100%. So here, yep. Rook goes to e6, but this pawn is not a weakness. You can protect it by the queen, you can interfere the 6th rank by the knight, so everything is total under control. Nothing special in this situation. Yep. Computer says 0.0, and you might have problems only if you lost this pawn on g6. But of course, it doesn't happen in the board. Why are they looking so nervous with these hands on the head? Why they are calculating so severe when the position looks like simple, even for me? Of course, I'm not sure in 100%, but it looks like that. So after king f7 or knight f6, so where can be chances? Rook e2 with double rook, for example. Okay, got it. Rook 5 goes to c7. What else? b4, b6. Block everything. Let's check it. b6, yeah, I'm right. So nothing, nowhere. This flank, I mean queen side, is better for the black because they have a semi-open file right here. So that means that nothing is dangerous for them. After rook e6, it looked like a draw. So this game will be the longest, is my prediction. Artemiev Vladislav has 5 minutes in his clock after 20 moves. Rook a1 was played, and after long castling, stop, it's not so easy. After long castling, the purpose of rook d1 looks like d4, right? So it's good opportunity to open the line in the center. Let's calculate these variations. So after long castling, it will be d4, takes by the rook, because knight is pinned, as you can see. Queen goes to e7, trade-off, or double rook. Yeah, it's possible too. Takes. The rook takes d4 is a blunder, because after f5, black is, ruining the spin, and rook is hanging and queen is hanging in the same time. So only one option to the white is taken by the bishop, h5, queen a, e4, e2, and takes, an equal major pieces endgame in the end of the variation. Okay, now I understand it better, why the computer says that the evaluation in every moment is 0.0, 0.1 or 0.2 in somebody's favor. Sometimes white, sometimes black, but it means nothing. So after rook a goes to d1, Malakhov Vladimir is thinking, my prediction that he will decide to make a long castling here, because he prepared it for a long time with b6, with this queen. So it was his dream. Maybe right now it's time to, do it. As for the fifth board, Nestor Farseni is thinking. So right now it's, dilemma, not dilemma, how it's called. Just want to check, because this word is very interesting for us as for commentators, and right now in the game it is intrigue. Intrigue. No? Maybe in English the noun intrigue has a negative connotation, so I'm not sure to use it. But in Russian language, intrigue is a very good word to explain the situation when we have something, that can be decisive, but right now we don't know what would it be. I'll check it later. Right now we have this word, it's enough, okay. So. After bishop c3, white has a great advantage. After other moves, the situation is equal or even in black's favor. So, very interesting for us. At least it's me. As for the fourth game, yeah, it was a long castling here. I was right. So the spin exists right now, and white can use it by d4, but after all these trade-offs, it will be an equal major piece endgame. As for the second board, Francisco Vallejo Pons is thinking after the rook e6. So I use this phrase so often. Everybody is thinking, everybody is thinking. Because it's a chess tournament. Everybody is thinking here, yep. That's how these things works. So, rook e6, and maybe that's the last thought before the, offer a draw. Checking everything to be sure that you have no chances to find something more than the draw, and after that just say draw. Yep. So Arseny is counting variations. Oh, computer changed his mind, and right now he says that after bishop c3 the advantage of white is more than a pawn, it's 2 pawns. I want to improve a depth, depth of engine. Right now the depth of engine is 21, it's not enough, so I want to have more. In the depth of 90 depth, it means 10 moves ahead. 22, 1 extra pawn, 23, 1 extra pawn. So, different depths mean different evaluation. It's unfair 25. Depth 25 right now, and the evaluation is plus 0.9. So like an extra pawn. Where he find the 2 pawns? It was a mirage or what? I'm not sure totally. Rook b1, the only move. I've seen it before, yep. It was in our stream. I pronounce it yet. But okay, looks like engine, is playing with me. Like, Dasha, the evaluation is plus 2 pawns. Where? Stop. No. What's 2 pawns? I didn't say it before. Gaslighting. I want to say that it's gaslighting from the agent. Yep. And right now I'm his victim. So, let's return. The depth of engine right now is 30. And the evaluation is our previous meanings with plus 1.3, so nothing special. Interesting. And right now it's plus 1.8. I do not understand how it's working. It's a joke or what? So in any case, white has a great advantage after bishop c3, and other moves gives nothing because of rook b1. 30 minutes to calculate that. In this game was played Vallejo pawns Francisco plays king f7 and returns to the c7. My prediction is a draw right here. Maybe somebody of them will say like draw, and his opponent will agree, because only one possible pawn break for the white and for black is on the B and C file, but it's not good for everybody. b5 is impossible to prepare because white has enough resources to stop it if they want to. So the arbiter stays near the table. Maybe not only me feeling something in this game. Maybe somebody of them told something. I don't know. I have a strong feeling that this game will finish here. I want to open my engine again. 0.0. 0.0 in any case, totally every line, everything gives us a 0.0. And the depth of this position is more. The depth is 40. That means, 20 moves ahead, but nothing will change. It's a totally solid structure for everybody, and it's time to finish this game. Okay. As for this position, in the first game between Artemiev Vladislav and Malachov Vladimir, something is getting more aggressive. After the d4, it was f5. The evaluation is the same, 0.0, but looks like, nervous. When it's too tension of a pawn in the center and everybody can take it. So e takes f5, g takes f5. After that, the only move for the white to keep the, equality is d takes e5. I can explain to you this thing. If you go in your way, your opponent has a pawn center, and after f4, you should go in your way by the bishop and f3 ideas and knight d4 ideas. So a lot of problems. But after this trade-off, takes, these trade-offs is not so very interesting for the black, because white has an extra pawn right here, and the endgame is equal, maybe with some kind of advantage of white. So the best move here is queen e5 and queen c4. Interesting fact about the evaluation right here is 0.0, as we get used to, but f4, bishop b6. The idea of skewer on the file, of course. So we'll look at that, but after a short break, because 3 hours of playing have passed, and right now it's time to, prepare a new mug of coffee, or what do you like to drink during the learning chess. But right now, break. Hello, hello. I'm here. Let's checking what's happening during our break. Something interesting was here, I'm sure. So, as for the game between Artemiev Vladislav and Malachov Vladimir, my prediction is working. Not my prediction, stop engine moves, to be honest, but who cares? I want to feel predictor, you know. So, after the E takes f5, it was G takes f5, and the only natural move for the white is D takes e5. Let's upgrade this line. So right now there are two directions to continue the game. The first one is queen takes e5, rook goes to c4. The idea of clear the e file for the skewer is working. What will be after rook d1? Rook takes d1 and f4 right here. Queen takes c6 with a threat of checkmate in 1. King b8 is the only move for the black. The evaluation is 0 to 0. Bishop c1. I want to check f3, you know. Queen d5. Oh my god. So, yep, right here I told you about two directions. Queen takes e5 was the game. As for the other one, f takes g4, it was better for the white, because right now white has an advantage, like half a pawn. G take h3, d takes c7 with a threat, so takes, after the trade-off here, for example, and white has an extra pawn. That's the reason why they have an advantage. Okay. After the queen c4, the top engine move, it was rook takes d1, rook takes d1, so I was right about that, about the and king goes to b7. Logical move, very logical thing. So king from b7 protecting the c6 pawn, and right now this idea with a checkmate is disappearing. But after what? f4 is continued to the game. Computer says it's nothing scary because evaluation is 0 to 0. But his recommendations is strange sometimes. So, rook e1, for example. I can understand it totally. The idea is bishop goes to d2 to open the file for the skewer on the hanging knight e6, of course. Interesting? Yep. As for black, they should protect this knight and go in your way and some kind of active pieces. The strange thing is evaluation, because as I said before, different side castlings, usually it means that we have a very aggressive, calculated position, that every move is decisive, that everything is so terrifying, you know, in evaluation, like a cardio thing in the hospital, like up, down, up, down, up, down. And right here, like 0.0, anytime, 0.0. So strange to look at that. In any case, right now we have this position in the board after king b7, and I want to check f4 is a threat or not. For example, if I want to do this idea, f4, bishop d4, takes, it's okay, it's totally okay. a5, f3, so tension in the air, but computer says 0.0, whatever. G3 is a blunder because of rook g8 with the threat of a sacrifice on g3, you know, and queen g2 after. So g4 is only move, and after h5, something wrong is happening here. So that's the reason why after f3 you should answer with g4 and h5 and rook a1. c4 is more natural to interfere this queen. Rook g8, for example. a6 takes, b5. After the queen b7 it will be checkmate in 4, because you cannot take me back queen b5, queen d5 is checkmate. You cannot go anyway because of queen d5, and you cannot go in here because of rook a1. One of my eyes looking for the cameras from tournament hall, and something is changing here. Okay, we will check it right now. So that's the reason why there are, tactical opportunities in this situation, and you should be very careful. Of course, computer says it's in, equality. Don't believe him. He's an engine. As for human, the situation with different side castlings is very dangerous. So rook d1 was played, and right now it's time to looking for some ways avoiding these problems. As for the last board, in this game was played bishop e5. So, of course, it looked like more aggressive than bishop c3, but in this particular case, bishop c3 gives white a lot of advantage because this rook is protected. As after the bishop e5, rook b1, it's really a big problem for the white because this idea is a threat. After queen f2, queen takes f2, it will be rook takes e1 using the pin, so you should take it. Queen take b1 and king h2. So black has an extra piece, and computer says it's 0.0. Really, it's our habit to pronounce 0.0. In any case, this idea is strange. Only one move. Takes rook c7 with two threats at the same time. Oh my god, bishop f8 saves the position of black. Fork from this square. So hard to calculate it, I'm not sure. Feel that. So rook a3, for example, is worse for the black because of the skewer. So it's a perfect defensive move like bishop f8, to avoiding this skewer in the 8th rank and keep this opportunity. The second board right now is finished with a draw. After a5, a4, f5, everything was blocked. Everything was blocked that can be blocked, everything blocked. So c5, it was the trap. What trap? The trap connected with d takes c5, bishop c4. This idea is so dangerous that it's, gives black problems, like an extra rook. In white's favor, computer says more than 4 pawns in white's favor right here. So you should be careful until the game stops. But rook d8 was played by the 15 seconds, and right now it's a draw because this diagonal will not open nowhere, no when, no how. And after the bishop c4, it's a draw. Knight returns to the f6, as computer says is the only move for the black, and after that the situation is equal. So it was a draw agreement, and right now only 2 games left, and the both of them is very interesting for us. So as for the 4th board, Artemiev Vladislav plays with Malachov Vladimir, and it was 26 moves. 26 moves, yep. So it means 14 moves left before the second time control. So it's hard to white playing with, 3 minutes in the clock. Right now the situation is 0.0, but it requires calculating sometimes. For example, my previous analysis with pushment of a pawn was not so easy, because sometimes there are ideas with this sacrifice, and black should create a counter threats in the king side by f4, by rook g8, sometimes by the queen, by h5. So don't believe the evaluation. 0.0, it's only thing for the computer. For humans, It's a position with different side castlings. That means aggressive style of playing for the both opponents. So, for example, in this situation, computer says that one of the interesting moves to black is playing b5. b5, can you imagine that? So, b5, and the trade of queens is impossible. You should go away on b3, for example, preparing this idea, and f4. No, f4 is not good. f3, I just want to check. Sorry. Of course, the idea of this skewer skips in the board, so you should going away from the e file, for example, a4, f4, bishop a7, one more discovered attack, this knight is hanging. Rook e8, the only move for the black. This move is prohibited because of the idea here, queen is hanging. A b5, the only move. You cannot imagine what the tap engine move right here for the black. If you want to calculate it, try to do that, and I'm sure that you will be wrong. So, the only move for black who keeps equality in this situation, knight d4. So, this capture is prohibited. This capture is prohibited too. For example, after king a7, it will be queen a4 with a check. You're going away and have a checkmate on the b7. So, this capture here is prohibited because of the ideas in the A files with this battery, if I am right. But the only move for you in this situation is knight d4. So, that's a discovered attack. The only move for the white here. Oh, what a sequence of tactical shots. The only move for the white here is b takes c6 with a check. The only move for the black, not taking here, not going away, everything is so losing. The only move is queen takes c6, and bishop takes d4 is the only move, and rook takes e1 is the only move. It's explainable at least. And after king h2, we have a 0.0. Perfect. Perfect. It's the only comment that I can give right here. Perfect. I'm not sure that's possible for human's brain, you know? That these things that I show to you, it's only small part from the great amount of variations, you know, like a leaf from the tree. Very tactical situation, and the evaluation like 0.0 in any case, just funny thing, not more. As for the fifth board, after bishop e5, Haik Martirosyan plays rook b1. It was the right decision, the only one. Rooks take b1, and king goes to h2. The evaluation is 0.0. Yep, I get used to that. But the fun fact, the top engine moves here is very unpredictable thing. So, queen e4, maybe I can explain to you this idea, you know, protecting the e file from the discovered attack by the bishop, because your e6 pawn is hanging and king is near her, so you should solve this problem somehow. But I can find this explanation only because I know the right move, and I just think like, why this move will be the right? Maybe that's the explanation. But if I have this position in the real game, I would firstly, I would in the panic mode, totally panic mode. Secondly, maybe I will make a mistake. I would make a mistake in every move that I need to do, because, you know, it's so hard, so hard. But I'm happy, as a commentator, of course, that in this round, you know, nobody come to the second control, because it's so interesting watching how they solving their problems, having so less time in the clock. Yes, it was a queen e4 in the game, there are two directions of the next moves. The first one is trade off on e4, rook goes to c7, and bishop, attention to that please, bishop goes to f8, f3, bishop f5, and right now black has an extra piece, but white has a compensation using active pieces and passed pawns. Of course, this is not working because of the fork. So the second opportunity in this position is queen b2 with that threat and that. But after queen takes h4, king g1, rook f8, bishop g3. Oh my god. Whew. Thank God in the game was the easier variation with trade off on e4, because really sometimes I am afraid that my brain like explode in the end of this variation, like what's happening? What's happening here? Grandmasters, you know that it looks like they discuss something. It was a draw, right? Here, draw. They signed the papers. That means something has finished. Yep. After 3 hours and half of an hour, 3 hours and 20 minutes, the fourth game was finished. The fourth game in the straight of finishing games and the fourth game in the schedule. So was finished with a draw. Right now, after queen d6, they agreed to the draw, and it's unclear for me, because as I said before, for me personally, it looks like a very aggressive position with the plays in, different side castlings. Everybody can, lots of opportunities, white opportunities with a pawn, black opportunities with f pawn, and queens and rooks, and everything is unclear. But maybe, no, not maybe, 100%, they calculate better than me in 100 times, and then they calculating something and decided that position is even. Oh, respectful. I'm very respectful for them. I feel respect is better phrase for this situation. So right now we have the last game. Okay, it was a trade-off in the e4 square, and right now two directions gives us an equality. The first one is f3 with a rook c7 in next move. The second one is rook c7 in f3 in next move. So it's a transposition. You should do it in any sequence of moves. So sequence is unimportant, yep, but we will have this situation in the end of the variation. Bishop can go anywhere, f5, d3, whatever. But it's very interesting position to discuss, because nobody has enough time to think. 10 moves, 11 moves left before the second control, and that's so game decisive. Every move can be the last. For example, if you here choose something else, but what can you choose? Let's be true, let's be honest, let's be brave and free, whatever. What else exclude of rook c7? I don't know, because your rook haven't other places to go. f3 or rook c7, whatever. Rook g5, for example. So your opponent just going away because he hasn't the second threat, so he just go away. And right now the position is -2.4 in black's favor. So it tells everything. And right now Nestor Arseny has 10 minutes on his clock to do something. I feel tension in the air. I feel tension in the eyes. Everything is so unpredictable. Of course, for me it's predictable because I see the engine evaluation. But as for them, oh, and you remember the prize fund of the tournament. So your wrong move can gives you some thousands, some hundred thousands of rubles, or lost it. So, you should be very careful. Yeah, right now it's look like, football commentating, like, goes in the right side. What's a drama? What's a tension? So, right now it's possible because of the time, The less time, the more intense in the battle. So, let's continue this variation till the end. Rook goes to c7. Bishop goes to f8, as we discussed before. f3 goes away. This idea is prohibited for us. What do you think about the c5 idea? Rook g8, the only move, is predictable because right now this fork is prohibited. c6, so promoting is near you. Bishop b5. Check. King go away. c6, only one move before the promoting. Bishop should do something. Rook takes g8. Bishop takes e5 with a check. You're going away. This pawn is lost. Rook goes to g5, and computer says that the evaluation is 0.0. Yep. It was f3 in the game. f3 was played. The idea of rook c7 stays to the next move. So it was 20 nines, whatever move, and after the next answer it will be rook c7. For example, right now bishop d3 is the best answer for the black. It's a 0.0. Bishop f5 is worse, and bishop c2 more worse. Worser. No, sounds strange. Whatever. For example, this move is losing the game because after this idea you will have a fork here. Yep. As for bishop b1, it's strange, of course. Bishop d3. The best move was played in the game. So, top-level grandmasters. Everybody in this tournament has a rating higher than 2600s, as I said you a lot of times. So, they do not make a mistake. Rook c7, yep. I said it before, the move in the lichess, because bishop f8, without spending a second, just in the same moment, very perfect move. So they calculated everything. I would imagine that they calculated everything. c5 or a4. Computer recommends a4 sometimes, but for humans it's strange, because really in every endgame we want to promote our pawns and win. So it should be c5. I would play c5 in this situation, because it's interesting going up. For example, after c5, this move, like king d8, is prohibited because of c6. So this idea with a check is very scary for the black, and they are losing the game. That's the reason why you should use your pawn. This pawn can help you, for example, in the d7 square. So let's do it. Other moves is worse. Not so worse. For example, rook c8 is okay for us. Queen goes to d7. The next check, after the next check, it will be the same thing, but king start to threat our rook in any variation. So that's strange. And only 8 minutes in Arseni's clock. So it's very scary for all of us, and very interesting for the viewers and listeners this stream or Russian language one. So, how many intents in the air? We have two type of directions in this game. The first one, it's quick game. Somebody will I don't know how I finish this phrase, I forget this word. Somebody will happen right now. Yep. And there are other types of direction is even end game. You know, after the second time control, everything will be changed. Right now it was 30 moves, so 10 moves left before the 50 minutes for every opponent. Very, 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 very. So 6 minutes 32 seconds. You know, when you see the camera image from the tournament hall, you can see the splashes in the back, like near the scene. When you read Big Chess in Yugra, there are splashes, you know, dark back and white splashes. So in real tournament hall, there are no splashes. It's just appearing because of the factor of camera who works in the tournament and factor of screen in the wall. So they have the same dimension. No dimension. I want to check this technical word, you know, to explain you how it works. So they have the same frequency. Yep, I knew this word. They have the same frequency, and that's the reason why you see like splashes near the scene. But in the real tournament hall, no, there are no splashes. Everything is, you know, nothing. One more word, very important thing for the explaining. Nothing distracts participants from the chess. Yep. That's what I wanted to say. So, because sometimes I hear the questions from the viewers, like, why in your tournament hall you have like this thing from the scene? It's uncomfortable for players because near their eyes, some splashes, it can be distract. No. It's working other way. So this thing is working like with splashes only for us, because we see the picture from the camera mechanics, and this camera has the same frequency that this screen under the scene. So 4 minutes in this situation. C5 or not C5? That's the question. Let's continue the game somehow. Oh, sorry. It was a rough sound because my lens touched the microphone. It will not repeat again. So C5. Want to take the rook, so rook g8 is the only move. For example, rook h6. It's prohibited because after c6 this pawn is promoted finishly. So, for example, c5, rook g8, the only one, c6. I want to check it. No, check, takes, c7. You have no ways to stop the pawn on the c8, so no. What else? After the c6, bishop b5 or a5. What about a5? What's the a5? It's a clearance of square a6 for the bishop. Got it. So right now, for example, I made a check. The only move here to have a piece to interfere in the 7th rank in some variations. So c7, bishop a6, and after some moves of rook it will be bishop takes a3. So. Right now the check is better decision, and after king g6 it will be rook c8 with a pin. So black should return to protect a rook, to have an opportunity goes away by the bishop. And right now it's a 3 times repetition. Yeah, that's the reason when our engine says us that the whole evaluation of situation is 0.0 because of that variation. Yeah, I figure it out. I'm a smart girl, maybe sometimes. So 2 minutes left. 2 minutes to the next 10 moves. Everybody is nervous, include me. How? That's the round. After the... has the black in other options? You know, avoiding these things with 7th rank ideas. For example, a5, a5, a5. What else? a5, it's a good idea to clear this way. What we can say about the bishop b5? So, check, the only move, because after king e7, for example, it will be c7. The idea of check and promoting, you should control it somehow. And just rook d8, so you lost your bishop, and after that the whole position is hard to defend because of the pin and all this stuff. That's not the main idea. The main idea is sacrifice the bishop on d6, because after knight d6 it will be the pin on d file, so it will be promoting. Wow! For example, after bishop g7 or something like that, sacrifice the rook, really? It will be bishop d6. Wow! 54 seconds in Arseni's clock. What a game, what a game. I really didn't expect it right now, right here, but really, wow. So, he did something. Am I right? Yep. It was c5 move. Yeah, right now we will see all these calculation things. His opponent, Hayek Martirosyan, has 7 minutes right now, so maybe it's the last opportunity to calculate everything, but who knows? Maybe right now it's not time to think, because black has the only move, it's rook g8, and it's predictable, because the rook is hanging in the corner. In previous move they had an opportunity with bishop d6, and right now this opportunity disappeared, so you should just keep your rook alive, or it will be a great problem. Do it, do it, do it. I'm interested. I want to look the continuation of this game. Yes, it was rook g8. What will be next? c6. My prediction is c6. Going ahead. Our computer says something strange. For example, after c6, bishop b5. His recommendation, or one of them, is g4. g4. g4 takes. Rook takes g4. No, he changed his mind, or not. Rook c8 check. Right now, in this particular case, the best move for the black is king e7, because after c7 it will be bishop here, and when you're trying to promote your pawn, your opponent has a chances to solve all these problems. Yes, it was c6 in the game. Bishop b5 is a top engine move, and right now, if I am right, white has a chance to have a 3 times repetition. After the rook c8 check, this move is prohibited because of c7 with this threat, and after bishop d7, it's a pin in 8th rank. So after the check, this move is only one. After this check, you should go away or goes to g6, but that's no way to avoiding a 3 times repetition, because after rook c8, this pin is so dangerous for you, and this idea is hard, so you should return to the 7th rank. Wow, maybe that will be the way that Arseny will choose, because he has a small amount of time, like 1 minute, and the next period will be only after 6 moves, so it's not enough to, go to that. So, rook c7 check. Aha. What will be next? Maybe it will be easier after king e8. Or not, because right now you have an option to, repeat the moves or trying to do something here. Takes. No, but right now computer says, do the same thing. Do the same thing with the perpetual check. So g4 move haven't special sense, it's just jokes of computer, because after that you should do the same moves from c8 to c7. Yep. Times to calculate variations, but it looks like that's no big difference between king e8 and king g6, because next move of white will be rook c8 in any case, and your king should go away. Let's look at the king h7. For example, if I want to go here, and after rook c8 I want to go here. After this check, I want to interfere in somehow, maybe using bishop g7. Aha! It's a way to continue the game, of course. Computer recommends to play endgame with extra piece of black. Am I right? He says that's total equality, because this postpones for this king stays in the king side, and this pawn will be keeping alive. Wow. So hard to calculate from this position, especially when you have only 5 minutes in the clock. So what will be next? 5 minutes has Haik Martirosyan, and the opposite sequence of words in English language. Haik Martirosyan has only 5 minutes and 31 seconds in his clock. Now we will look how risky man he is. So the variation with rook a8 is more reliable because of this idea of perpetual check, and this variation with king g6 with king h7 is more risky for him, so we will look at this decision. I'm interested. You know, it depends. Sometimes it depends on the day, on your mood, on your preparation today, sometimes on your breakfast, I don't know, on your... Maybe I'm talking about women chess, but let's stop this topic. It's really discussion thing, so after the rook c7, he should make a choice, ahead or back. So the same result in any case, but whatever, it means a lot for us. So 4 minutes in the clock, like we using a time control without the second one, just our, of course 100 minutes in default, not 90 as usual, but 100 minutes and 30 seconds by increment. Interesting. 4 minutes. Aha, he hide in the t-shirt, like, nobody should distract me, stop distract me. So hands in the up of the head, t-shirt in the bottom of the head. Nothing, concentrate off the board. I like this moment. So what will be in the next time? 3 minutes in his clock. Calculating, and king e8 or king g6. After king g6, I want to check. Has white other chances to continue the game? Computer's offer is a4, but that hasn't sense, because after that it will be rook c8 with the same ideas, rook c8, rook c7. So after g4 right now, black has an advantage. So what it was, king goes to drum steps. I didn't see in the cameras from the tournament hall. King g6, rook returns to the c8. So everything will decide whatever. Everything will be decided right now. So king f7 and king h7, it's the only move for the black. The rest of the moves gives white a great advantage. Not so great. For example, after king f5 it will be like a pawn in white's favor, but pawn in the endgame means a lot. Bishop goes to g3, and this pawn is so dangerous for the black that they should sacrifice a bishop. And after that, the endgame with an extra pawn on the g2. Got it, got it. So we'll look at that. 2 minutes. Martin Haik has only 2 minutes and 27 seconds right here, so he should decide. Return or something else. f7 or h7. So nervous. As commentator, I love it. As player, of course, I would hate it, but fortunately, I choose the right job. Ha 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 ha. So, rook goes to c8, and right now it's a problem with c7. So, after c7, you should have pieces to stop this pawn from the promoting, and your bishop from d7 is not enough. So, you should be ready to discover your rook from the 8th rank. That's the reason why your king should go into the 7th rank and protect this rook. Aha! King h7. He is trying to win it somehow. So a rook c7 is the only move for white right now, nothing else. For example, after c7, the position is dangerous. Computer recommends us play bishop. I don't understand. I understand everything. No. Rook c7 was played in the game. I want to analyze it. c7, for example. This idea like rook d8 and c8. So, computer says this. That was a discovered attack. So the only move with a check, and our rook should fighting with a pair of bishops. So not so easily, because a pair of bishops in the endgame is a dangerous team. So maybe that's the point why white chose a variation with rook c7. It was a 36 move, so 4 moves left before the next time control. So check. So going away or trying to interfere. Decisive moment. For example, if you play king g6, rook goes away, and the position will repeat the second time. For example, somehow here, and rook c7. Rook c7 was the first time, it was the second time, and it... No. There is a way to black, to avoid a 3 times repetition and to come to the second time control. After the check, it was king h6. So rook c8 is predictable right here. What else? Maybe a check from f4, but no. The draw is okay for the white. As for black right here, the king h7, it's the only move, nothing else, totally, 100%. a5, for example, clear the square for the bishop is not so good. a4, and this square is prohibited right now, the piece is lost. And after the bishop a6, for example, it will be rook a8, and white has equal number of the pieces in the end of the variation, but they has an extra pawns, especially c6 pawn. So after rook c8, the only move is king h7, right? It was in the game. Yes, it was in the game. 37th move. Check. Yes, it was a check, and it was a second time repetition. The first repetition was after 36 move, right here. After that, king goes straight and goes back. Right now, we have a second time repetition. We have time to do something. It's interesting. Maybe after king g6, I'm not sure. Whatever. Even if black will find a way to avoid this 3 times repetition, he has never better than this thing. Aha. King h8 was in the game. No, this thing. So after king h7 it will be the 3rd time. After the king f7, I am really not sure it will be the 3rd time. I hope it will be the 3rd time, because, for example, if after king f7, it will be only the 2nd time. Yeah, right now, the last move before the time control. And I don't want to see 50 minutes more to thinking about this position, you know, knowing that that's a draw, total draw. Because as for commentator, it will be a horror thing, so let's make a draw right now. Right now. Rook made a check. After the king e8. So this check was first time? No, in previous time. No, after the 34th move. It was the first repetition. After the 38th. No, it's other thing. Yeah. No. Haha. No, it wasn't. Yep. They agreed to a draw. Finishly. After the rook c7 it was king g6, and it's totally 3rd time repetition. So, happy for everyone. It was only the first control, and this game, am I right? Yep, they go away from the tournament hall, right? So, that was a draw. Maybe something will fix in the lichess, you know, to be sure about my speech. Everything was finished very quickly, and you know, they just ran out from the tournament hall. Or not. Yes? I just want to be sure, because really, from the one side, of course, it can be, you know, 3rd time repetition. From the other side, it can be just walking after 40 moves, because it's a new time control and you can just relax somehow. Just to check. So, after king g6, it was 3rd time, it was the 2nd time, and right now it was after 34th move. It was the 1st time, then the position was repeat. After, after the 38th move, it was the 2nd time, and after the 40th move, it was the 3rd time. So I am right. Maybe I'm stupid right now, and everybody go away, you know, minutes ago, and I'm just sitting here and continue to talking something. Or not. Why we haven't a result in lichess? Tell me that, please. Yeah, cameraman goes from the hall, so that means that everything is finished. Sorry, I just missed that moment when I trying to talk in something clever, but yep. The 3rd round of tournament was finished. Everybody finished with a draw in the end. So 5 draws, and right now the rank of the players is the same. So Tabatabai Amin has the 1st place, Sargsyan Shant has the 2nd place, Malachov Vladimir, Matyosyan Haik, Artemiev Vladislav, Nestor Arseniy, Sigurov Sanan, and Sakhvani Raunak shared from the 3rd place to the 8th one. Vallejo Pon Francisco has the 9th place, and Vahid Shamsidin has the, you know, last place at 10th. So, thank you for the watching. Goodbye.